Hey guys, tonight we drift into the glowing lantern-lit streets of 9th century Baghdad, a place where the night air smells faintly of cinnamon stalls, parchment ink and camel sweat. You're standing on a bridge over the Tigris River, its waters glinting back the reflections of palaces and libraries that seem to hum with secrets. This isn't just another medieval city. This is the capital of the Abbasid Caliphate, a superpower of its age, and at its heart sits something so audacious it almost feels like science fiction, the House of Wisdom. You probably won't survive this walk if you're allergic to dust, endless scrolls, or smug scholars correcting your pronunciation in 6 different languages. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And while you're at it, drop a comment telling me where you are in the world right now, and what time it is where you're listening. I love seeing those tiny pinpricks of connection across time zones. It feels like our own little constellation of sleepy learners. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You shuffle through enormous bronze doors into the House of Wisdom, a building so stuffed with manuscripts it feels alive. Historians still argue whether it was a formal university, a grand library, or more like a glorified research hub funded by ambitious caliphs. Whatever it was, you're in the middle of it, and it buzzes like a beehive. Persian scribes lean over scrolls, translating Greek philosophy into Arabic. Indian mathematicians whisper about numbers that somehow stretch to infinity. Somewhere an astrologer mutters that the stars suggest you should avoid spicy chickpeas this week. Here's the mainstream fact you can cling to. The House of Wisdom truly existed in Baghdad during the Abbasid Golden Age, and it served as a centre for translating and preserving knowledge from across the known world. Without it, huge chunks of Greek science, Persian medicine and Indian mathematics would have simply vanished. And yet, tucked between these clear historical lines, you also find the quirky stuff. One traveller's diary swears that the place smelled permanently of frankincense mixed with goat leather, while another insists the janitors invented their own system of indoor plumbing, though most historians roll their eyes at that. The walls here are stacked with knowledge, literally. Shelves groan with texts on astronomy, mechanics, theology, zoology, and yes, even cookbooks. You trace your finger along a title that reads something like, "On the Uses of Eggplant in Melancholy Disorders." Useful if you're sad, hungry, or both. Scholars in flowing robes debate translations fiercely, arguing whether Aristotle's term for form should mean divine shape, physical object, or just the thingy. The arguments sometimes last weeks, ending only when someone storms off for a nap. As you walk deeper, you notice a peculiar contraption, an enormous celestial globe, polished bronze glowing in the lamplight. It rotates smoothly, mapping stars as if the entire night sky has been shrunk and captured inside a room. This is no mere decoration. Devices like this were tools for astrologers, navigators, and poets trying to rhyme Venus with generous. And right beside it, a monkish-looking fellow scribbles furiously in a book, muttering about algebra, a word that will soon sprout into the algebra you cursed in high school. Still, not everything here is crystal clear. Historians still argue whether the House of Wisdom was really as centralised and glamorous as some medieval accounts make it sound. Was it a single building with marble columns, or more of a loose network of scholars working in private homes funded by wealthy patrons? Some suggest the house might even be a metaphor for the Abbasid intellectual culture itself, rather than one address you could plug into your camel's GPS. But for our sleepy stroll, we'll take it literally. because it's more fun to imagine you sneaking past actual guards with scrolls tucked under your arm. The quirky human side of all this? Well, picture this. Certain texts were so valuable they had to be copied by hand over months. One translator supposedly demanded his weight in gold for a single book rendered from Greek into Arabic. Imagine telling your friends, "Yeah, I'm going on a diet, my paycheck depends on it." Others were less noble. Rumour has it that some scholars occasionally swapped out tricky Greek terms for words that simply made sense to them, meaning we may be reading centuries of creative guesswork. Everywhere you go, you hear snippets of languages. Greek collides with Sanskrit, Arabic flows around them, and you catch yourself daydreaming that you can understand it all. The hum of the place is hypnotic. Parchment scrapes, oil lamps crackle, pens squeak against paper. You could almost fall asleep here, leaning against a cool marble pillar while minds all around you wrestle with eternity. And yet, beneath the scholarly calm, Baghdad itself hums with contradictions. Just beyond these walls, the city teems with merchants, camel drivers, and fortune-tellers. Gold coins jingle in bazaars selling silks from China and spices from India, feeding into this intellectual heart. Knowledge isn't locked away here. It flows with trade caravans, drifting like incense smoke across continents. You realise you're standing at the crossroads of human curiosity, where forgotten inventions are being quietly forged, ready to ripple out into the wider world. So here you are, inside the House of Wisdom, the pulse of an empire's mind. You smell ink and lamp oil, hear the mutter of arguments, and feel the floor tremble faintly with the weight of ideas so dense they could crush a camel. It's overwhelming, yes, but also soothing in its rhythm, as if the entire building is whispering, "Don't worry, we'll remember for you." And with that whispering, your eyes grow heavy, but the journey has only just begun. You're still inside the House of Wisdom, but your eyes catch on something that gleams brighter than the lantern light. A scholar sets down a disc of polished brass, heavy enough to make the table creak. You lean closer, and there it is, the astrolabe. At first glance, it looks like some kind of oversized coin, or maybe the lid to a very fancy cookie jar. But as your fingers brush across its intricate engravings, concentric circles, tiny stars, lines like frozen rays of sunlight, you realise this is no ornament. This is the Abbasid answer to the impossible problem of knowing where you are in a world without compasses in every pocket. Here's the reliable mainstream part. The astrolabe existed long before Baghdad's heyday, invented by Greek minds centuries earlier. But under the Abbasids, especially with scholars like Al-Khwarizmi and later Al-Sufi, the device was refined, perfected, multiplied, and made genuinely practical. Instead of a dusty relic locked in a temple, it became a living tool. Sailors, astronomers, physicians, and even architects found reasons to use it. You could calculate latitude by measuring the height of a star above the horizon. You could predict when the sun would rise and set. You could even figure out the correct times for daily prayers with almost unnerving precision. Suddenly, the heavens weren't some unreachable vault of mystery. They were a working clock. You tilt the astrolabe in your hand, and its reet, the delicate cut-out star map that rotates like a spidery crown, slides smoothly across the brass plate beneath. Each movement feels deliberate, almost hypnotic, as though you're tugging invisible strings on the night sky. An Abbasid astronomer, with ink-stained fingertips and the mild impatience of a teacher who's explained this 1,000 times, leans toward you. He shows you how to align the sighting arm with a star, how the angle translates into numbers, and how those numbers suddenly ground you on Earth. The more he explains, the more you realise This thing is a pocket-sized universe, a brass cosmos you can slip into your robe. Now, quirky tidbits. One caliph is said to have owned an astrolabe not for navigation, but for timing his naps. The man wanted his sleep cycles measured with the same rigour as ship routes. Another tale insists an eccentric scholar tried to predict his cat's moods using astrolabe readings, lining up Venus and Sirius to guess whether the animal would cuddle or claw. Predictably, the cat ignored all predictions, as cats always do. Even so, these stories show how the astrolabe seeped into everyday imagination. It wasn't just a tool, it was part of culture, a brass fortune teller, a starry prop for jokes, and, for some, a status symbol gleaming from their study shelves. Historians still argue whether ordinary people really carried these devices. Some say they were too complex, reserved for trained astronomers and scholars, with enough patience to memorize star charts. Others argue that smaller, simplified versions must have existed, the medieval equivalent of a tourist map, affordable, usable, not perfect, but better than wandering in circles through endless dunes. Surviving specimens back up both ideas. Some astrolabes are massive, shield-sized objects weighing several kilograms, while others are dainty enough to hide in your palm. Which ones were actually used in the desert and which sat in palaces collecting dust? No one can quite agree. The practical impact, though, is hard to deny. Picture a caravan trudging through the endless monotony of sand dunes. Every direction looks identical, the horizon broken only by shimmering mirages. Without compasses or GPS, how do you avoid becoming just another half-buried set of bones? A leader with an astrolabe could tilt it toward the North Star, make a few calculations, and assure the group they weren't just wandering in a giant sandy circle. That tiny disc could be the difference between life and death. And it wasn't just desert journeys. Sailors on the Persian Gulf and the Indian Ocean relied on the device to navigate waters where landmarks vanished beyond the horizon. By knowing their latitude, they could trace safer paths between ports from Basra to Calicut. Abbasid merchants weren't just carrying spices and silk, they were carrying an entire technological advantage. Centuries before European explorers set sail, the Abbasids were already using tools that stitched together vast trade routes with uncanny accuracy. But beyond survival, the astrolabe also carried spiritual weight. The timing of the 5 daily prayers required knowing the sun's precise position, and the astrolabe made that almost effortless. Imagine standing on a rooftop in Baghdad, adjusting your astrolabe as the city wakes around you, and then calling out the prayer time with confidence, your voice echoing through alleyways. Suddenly, the entire city synchronizes with the heavens. It must have felt like belonging to something greater than yourself, tethered not by bells or clocks, but by the turning of stars. And let's not forget its intellectual edge. Medical scholars used astrolabes to calculate horoscopes for diagnosis, because in a world before antibiotics, sometimes a doctor needed both medicine and astrology to reassure patients. Architects used them to align buildings with celestial events. Farmers checked them to predict seasons and weather, hoping to coax crops from stubborn soil. A single brass disc rippled into every aspect of Abbasid life, from healing to harvest to holy rituals. Of course, astrolabes weren't foolproof. Clouds could make readings impossible. Sandstorms didn't care how many brass discs you carried. And errors in copying star positions sometimes meant your ship arrived not in Basra, but in Bahrain. Yet the very attempt to reduce the infinite night sky into a handheld guide was extraordinary. It's one of those inventions that seems almost symbolic. Humanity, small and fragile, grasping at stars with instruments of bronze. As your hand lingers on the astrolabe, you can almost feel centuries folding in on themselves. sailors whispering prayers on dark decks, scholars scribbling star positions by candlelight, travellers in deserts clutching the disk with desperate hope. This forgotten invention isn't really forgotten at all. It's simply been absorbed, its logic living quietly inside modern tools we take for granted. Every time your phone tells you the exact sunrise in your city, you're holding a digital descendant of this Abbasid marvel. The scholar packs the astrolabe away, as if storing the night sky in a box. You lean back, dizzy from stars you haven't even looked at, lulled by the quiet hum of knowledge distilled into brass. And slowly, as the sounds of Baghdad fade into a soft background murmur, you feel yourself drifting, guided, just like the travellers of old, by a map written in light. The air outside the House of Wisdom is heavy with dust, warm and dry enough to chap your lips in minutes. You wander further from the book-lined halls until the hum of arguments fades into silence, broken only by the whistle of wind sweeping across open ground. Then, like a mirage, the shape of something impossibly tall and strange rises from the horizon. At first you think it's a fort or a line of watchtowers, but as you draw closer you hear a low creaking rhythm, wood grinding on wood, like the steady heartbeat of a wooden beast. And then you see them clearly, towering windmills, their vertical sails cutting arcs through the desert air. Here's the reliable historical fact. By the 9th century, in the eastern stretches of the Abbasid Caliphate, what is today Iran and Afghanistan, engineers had built vertical axis windmills. These contraptions are among the earliest known examples of people turning wind into usable power. The sails, made of reed mats stretched across wooden frames, spun around a vertical shaft that transmitted power down to grindstones. In a world where muscle and animals had always been the default energy source, the Abbasids were among the first to say, "Let's make the sky itself do the work." You shuffle closer and place your hand against the base of one mill. The wood is warm from the sun, rough to the touch, and trembling faintly as the sails catch another gust. Inside, the grinding stones rotate, chewing wheat into flour with a muffled roar. The smell of fresh flour wafts out, mixing strangely with the acrid scent of dust. It makes you think of hot bread, sesame sprinkled, flat and chewy, pulled straight from an Abbasid oven. Historians still argue what these early windmills were primarily for. Some say grain milling was the main purpose, saving villagers hours of back-breaking labour. Others believe they were also used to pump water from wells or canals, channeling life into dry fields. Certain accounts even describe entire irrigation systems powered by these vertical sails. But the debate continues, partly because so few original structures survive. The Mongols later swept through many of these regions, burning villages and toppling mills, leaving behind only fragments and memories. And now for the quirky tidbit. One medieval traveller swore that villagers once tied goats to the sails during seasonal festivals, letting them whirl gently around while children laughed and cheered. Whether this was actual practice, a mistranslation, or just a traveller's sense of humour is unclear. Still, the image sticks, bleating animals spinning slowly against the desert sky, probably vowing revenge on humanity. Step inside, and the mill feels alive. Wooden beams groan overhead, grain sacks are piled in corners, spilling kernels that crunch underfoot. Workers with flour-dusted robes move like pale ghosts, adjusting gears, tightening ropes, muttering prayers that the wind will hold steady. One man climbs a narrow ladder to reposition a sail, his body swaying precariously against the gusts. Each movement reveals a delicate balance of engineering and survival. No motors, no wires, Just timber, cloth, and a clever grasp of mechanics. For villagers, these machines were more than conveniences. They were lifelines. Picture a family that once needed donkeys to circle endlessly around a grindstone day after day. Now, the wind itself does the drudgery. The freed animals can haul goods, the people can focus on farming, weaving, or resting. In places where water was scarce, the mills could lift it from underground sources, breathing life into stubborn fields. Bread on the table, crops in the soil, and a little more time to live. It was a revolution, hidden behind turning sails. Still, these windmills had their flaws. Too much wind could tear the sails, sending shards of reed and cloth spinning like angry confetti. Too little wind left the stones idle, grain rotting in sacks. Sandstorms clogged gears, and sometimes entire structures toppled, collapsing in a groaning heap of beams. Yet even with their fragility, the idea endured. That's the extraordinary part. Once the Abbasids showed it could be done, later civilizations kept the idea alive, transforming and adapting it until windmills became a symbol of energy itself. And here's where the irony hits. Ask most people today where windmills began, and they'll probably picture the Netherlands, cute wooden houses, tulip fields and clogs. But centuries before Dutch painters ever thought of them, Abbasid engineers in the Middle East had already built their own towering versions. The difference. The Abbasids' machines weren't postcard pretty. They were practical, sturdy, and often forgotten in history books. The romantic imagery belonged to Europe, but the spark started here, in deserts where bread was a daily miracle. Your eyes drift upward, watching the sails spin against a washed-out blue sky. There's something hypnotic about their rhythm, steady, slow, patient. You think about how wind itself is invisible, untouchable, and yet here it is, turned into flour, bread, and life. The idea feels both impossibly simple and staggeringly profound. Why push when the sky can push for you? The mill creaks again, and you imagine the villagers who once leaned against this very wall, grateful for the breeze that spared their backs. You picture fields watered by invisible hands, loaves baked from flour ground by the air, and you realize that for all its forgotten obscurity, this invention carried a quiet radicalism. It trusted the world itself to help, rather than just human sweat. As the sails groan and turn, you close your eyes. The rhythm is soothing, like a lullaby sung by wood and wind together. Each creak is a reminder that even the harshest desert can be tamed, that even the most invisible force can be caught, and that forgotten inventions sometimes whisper the loudest lessons. You brush flour dust from your sleeves and leave the creaking windmills behind, stepping once more into the restless arteries of Baghdad. The air is alive with voices, vendors shouting about pomegranates fresh from orchards along the Tigris, parchment sellers hawking bundles of Egyptian papyrus, perfumers waving swirls of frankincense into the crowd. But you slip past them all, tug toward a quieter place, where invention hums not in wooden gears but in sharpened thoughts. Inside a modest chamber the lamps burn low, their light pooling across wax tablets stacked in uneven piles. The smell is unmistakable, beeswax warmed to softness, mixed with ink and a faint trace of smoke. On one of the tablets a scholar leans over, his stylus whispering as it scratches symbols into the surface. The wood creaks beneath his elbows, his lips murmur faint equations. You settle into the corner and watch him at work, because this is where a whole new way of thinking is taking shape. The scholar is Muhammad ibn Musa al-Khwarizmi, a mathematician in the service of the Abbasid caliphs. He doesn't look particularly dramatic, no wild hair, no eccentric gestures, just a calm, deliberate man working his way through puzzles. Yet his book, the compendious book on calculation by completion and balancing, is about to send ripples far beyond these four walls. From its title comes the word algebra, which slips into Latin centuries later as algebra. And with it, the world gains not just a tool but an entire language for problem solving. Here's the mainstream fact. Before Al-Khwarizmi, calculation was mostly a patchwork of tricks. Babylonians scribbled tables of squares and roots, Indians worked with numbers we now call Hindu Arabic, and Greek geometers solved puzzles by drawing lines and circles. But Al-Khwarizmi wove these threads together into something systematic, almost like an instruction manual for balancing the chaos of daily life. He offered not only how to calculate but why it worked, creating methods that could be repeated, taught and expanded. The stylus taps against the wax, carving symbols, then scraping them away with the flat end. Each act of erasure leaves a faint yellow smear, a ghost of thought. He balances one side of an equation against the other, as if measuring sacks of wheat on a scale. Add here, subtract there until harmony is restored. To him, equations aren't abstract. They're lived realities. Splitting an inheritance, calculating the size of an irrigation ditch, determining how many bricks fit into a dome. Now for the quirky tidbit. Stories claim that Al-Khwarizmi's skills weren't confined to dusty manuscripts. When heirs squabbled bitterly over estates, the caliph supposedly summoned him to cut through the noise. With a calm wave of his hand, he drew lines and numbers, solved for X, and declared each person's share. Imagine being scolded at a family dinner table only for your sibling to mutter, "Don't argue, the algebra says it's mine." It's a testament to how deeply his methods applied to everyday life, whether or not everyone appreciated the logic. Historians still argue whether Al-Khwarizmi was more innovator or compiler. Did he truly invent algebra as an independent science, or did he simply gather existing techniques and present them neatly? Some scholars argue he stood on the shoulders of giants, organizing earlier traditions into a clear framework. Others insist his synthesis was itself genius, because clarity is a form of invention. After all, how many times have you struggled with tangled ideas until someone finally explained them in a way that made sense? That moment of, "Oh, I get it," is what Al-Khwarizmi gifted the world. As the wax tablet fills and clears again, you think about the ephemeral nature of it all. These numbers exist only until the next scrape of the stylus, and yet their logic lingers, spreading like perfume through the centuries. Without algebra, no Renaissance architect could have perfected his domes, no astronomer could have plotted the orbits of planets, no engineer could have built the algorithms running in the device humming quietly beside your pillow. Outside, Baghdad thrums with commerce, its arteries pumping with people who unknowingly depend on algebra. Merchants haggle in silver dirhams, weighing dates against bolts of silk. Architects measure foundations for mosques. Astronomers consult their instruments, predicting prayer times and eclipses. Algebra binds it all together, invisible but essential. It's the glue between the stars overhead and the loaves of bread cooling on clay ovens. And isn't it curious how abstract ideas can reshape the physical world? You can't touch an equation, yet it designs bridges and divides inheritances. You can't see an algorithm, yet it orchestrates trade routes, irrigation systems, even the stars in the night sky. Al-Khwarizmi's inventions remind you that not every discovery has wheels or cogs. Some live only in the mind, yet outlast the stone and steel around them. You glance down and notice flour still clinging stubbornly to your robe, a ghost from the windmills earlier. It feels like a metaphor. just as those machines harnessed something invisible. Wind, algebra harnessed the invisible structure of thought. Both flour and formulas come from grinding something unseen into something useful, and both, in their own quiet ways, make life a little more manageable, a little more balanced. The scholar pauses, rubbing his temples, then leans forward to inscribe again. His equations blur before your eyes, symbols stretching into sleepy patterns, numbers softening into gentle curves. Your mind begins to sway with the rhythm. Add, subtract, balance, complete. The quiet scrape of the stylus becomes a lullaby, steady and hypnotic. And as the lamplight flickers against the wax, you feel yourself drifting toward the comfort of order, toward the peace of equations that always find their balance. The flicker of lamplight from the mathematician's chamber fades as you wander into the night air of Baghdad, but your ears catch a different rhythm now. Not the scratch of stylus on wax, but something older, heavier, more elemental. A creak like bones bending, followed by a soft splash, then another creak, then another splash. It is steady, patient, and hypnotic, like the heartbeat of the city itself. You follow the sound through winding alleys until you reach the bank of a canal silvered under the moon. There it stands, a gigantic wheel of timber and rope, its buckets dipping gracefully into the dark river, rising to spill their water into aqueducts that stretch like veins across the city. This is no toy. The Noria before you towers above the canal, its silhouette black against the starlit sky. Each rotation lifts gallons of water into stone channels, sending them gurgling into gardens, fountains and fields. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid engineers perfected these contraptions, building some so large they could raise entire rivers onto aqueducts supplying cities and estates. Other devices, like animal-driven sakia wheels, underground qanats tapping distant springs and ingenious siphons, expanded the empire's reach, allowing life to bloom where desert should have ruled. Without such systems, Baghdad's grandeur would have withered into dust. You crouch on the damp stones, watching apprentices scramble over the wheel like ants. They adjust ropes, patch leaking buckets with pitch, and laugh as one boy loses his grip, tumbling into the shallows with a splash that sends ripples toward you. Their master, an older man with arms thick from years of labour, shakes his head, muttering about precision while hiding a smile. The air smells of river silt, damp wood and wet clay jars, while above you the moon paints silver halos on every droplet. Now for the quirky tidbit. Irrigation wasn't always about wheat and barley. Abbasid caliphs, eager to dazzle guests, demanded fountains shaped like lions, elephants, or birds, spouting streams of water through hidden bronze pipes. Some automata even moved, bronze ducks that quacked as they sprayed, or mechanical peacocks shimmering with gemstone eyes as they misted courtyards. Imagine trying to hold a serious diplomatic conversation while a very smug metal lion spat water onto your sandals. Practical irrigation? Not exactly, but memorable? Oh, absolutely. Still, historians argue about reach. Were these technologies luxuries of Baghdad's elite, confined to palaces and estates, or were they common enough to touch village life? Some archaeologists point to the ruins of qanats stretching for miles under parched earth, suggesting that even farmers far from the capital benefited from Abbasid engineering. Others counter that sophisticated devices remained rare, and most peasants relied on simpler shadoufs, poles with counterweights for lifting buckets by hand. The truth, as always, wobbles in between. Water could be both a shared necessity and an extravagant spectacle depending on who controlled the channels. You follow one of those channels now, watching as the wheel empties its bounty into a raised aqueduct. The trickle gurgles past you and into a walled garden where citrus trees perfume the night air. Oranges glisten like tiny suns among the leaves. Vines climb trellises, heavy with grapes. Small squares of barley sway gently, watered into emerald patches against the dust. Without irrigation, none of this would exist. Baghdad would not be a city of learning, but a husk scorched by the sun. And it wasn't just plants that benefited. Water-cooled palatial courtyards fed hammams where gossip swirled with steam and filled cisterns that steadied supply through droughts. Scholars dipped their reed pens into ink made smooth by fresh water, while glass makers and potters relied on steady flows to cool their fiery craft. Even astronomers owed irrigation a debt. Observatories were sometimes built near water channels, both for cooling and for symbolic reasons. Flowing water, like the heavens, was constant movement, predictable, measurable, divine. There's something soothing in watching the wheel's endless loop. Each creak and splash becomes a lullaby. Creak, splash, pour. Creak, splash, pour. You notice how it mirrors the balance you saw earlier in Al-Khwarizmi's wax tablet. Equations brought order to chaos, and here water wheels do the same, taming floods into trickles, rationing abundance into fairness. Whether in numbers or in rivers, Abbasid inventors sought the same thing: balance. You glance into the canal and see stars shimmering in its rippling surface. For a moment it feels as though the Abbasid engineers have captured the night sky itself, channeling constellations through their aqueducts, feeding them into gardens, kitchens and study halls. Every sip of water, every orange plucked from a tree, every fountain that shimmered in the colourful palaces, each is starlight distilled into liquid form. As you lean back against the warm stone embankment, your eyelids grow heavy. The apprentice's laughter fades into background murmur. The master's commands blur into whispers. All that remains is the rhythm: creak, splash, pour. The same sound it made centuries ago. The same sound it will make long after you drift into sleep. The splash of water fades behind you, and your path leads further into the city, where the streets tighten and twist into little veins of stone. Oil lamps flicker from niches, their flames bending with each warm breath of wind. You catch the metallic tang of copper and the faint sharp scent of vinegar. Following your nose, you stumble upon a courtyard where a small crowd has gathered. At the centre, perched behind a table piled with glass jars, brass tubes and bubbling vessels, sits a scholar who looks more like a tinkerer than a court philosopher. His sleeves are rolled to his elbows, his beard slightly singed at the edges, and his hands stained with soot. This is chemistry in the Abbasid Golden Age. Not mystical alchemy chasing gold, but the slow birth of something closer to the science you'd recognise today. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid scholars like Jabir ibn Hayyan, often called the father of chemistry, were developing methods of distillation, crystallization, and purification as early as the 8th century. These weren't idle experiments. They produced real products people needed: perfumes, medicinal syrups, acids, and even soap. By systematically recording processes, Jabir and his successors gave chemistry its toolkit. The word alchemia itself would flow into Latin as alchemy, a field that slowly evolved into modern chemistry centuries later. You lean in as the scholar carefully heats a glass alembic over a low flame. Vapour curls up, condenses on the neck of the vessel, and drips slowly into a waiting flask. The audience murmurs approval as he uncorks the flask and waves it under their noses. The smell is sharp, sulphurous, metallic, with a whiff of something like lemons. Aqua fortis, he explains, what later Europeans would call nitric acid, strong enough to etch into metal, dangerous enough to demand respect. But here's the quirky tidbit. Among the stranger recipes attributed to Jabir are concoctions that included everything from crocodile dung to ground-up emeralds, mixed with the seriousness of someone writing a shopping list. Historians debate whether these recipes were symbolic, allegorical, or simply attempts at literal chemistry experiments. Picture an Abbasid scholar scribbling furiously, Step 3, add powdered emerald. Step 4, heat gently. Step 5, hope you don't explode. Historians still argue whether Jabir himself actually wrote the hundreds of books attributed to him. Some claim his name became a brand slapped onto chemical manuals written by later generations to lend them credibility. Others maintain he was prolific enough to fill libraries with his writings, driven by both genuine curiosity and a flair for mystical language. The truth, as usual, probably rests somewhere murky, like a distillation flask clouded by vapour. The demonstration continues. The scholar shifts to perfumes, dripping rosewater into a second alembic, adjusting the flame with a careful hand. Soon the air fills with sweetness, a mist that cuts through the acrid tang of acid. Someone in the crowd sighs in delight, and you can't help but imagine how this invention would travel. Rosewater for weddings, for medicine, for cooling cloths on hot nights. From the same tools that produced dangerous acids came luxuries and comforts that softened daily life. You glance around the courtyard and notice other items set on display. Bars of hardened soap flecked with herbs, jars of glass beads glimmering like frozen drops of rain, powders in earthy colours used to dye textiles. Each product connects chemistry to ordinary existence. The empire didn't just theorize, it washed, perfumed and decorated with the results. And yet, there's always the hint of mystery. Some Abbasid chemists clung to the dream of transmuting metals, of discovering the elusive philosopher's stone. Others whispered about elixirs of immortality, recipes that promised to keep death itself at bay. Did they truly believe, or were those coded ways of writing about purification and refinement? Historians still argue whether mystical language hid practical recipes, or whether the practical recipes were hiding mystical quests. Either way, fire and flask were tools for both imagination and reality. The scholar pauses to fan his coals, sweat beading on his forehead. The flame roars softly, and the glass vessel glows faintly in the lamplight. Watching, you realise how delicate it all is. Too much heat, and the glass shatters. Too little, and nothing happens. It's a performance of balance, as precise as algebra or irrigation wheels. The same search for harmony between fire and water, matter and form, threads through everything you've seen so far. You take in the scents swirling around you, the bite of acid, the sweetness of rose, the faint musk of smoke. Together they make a strange perfume, equal parts harsh and soothing. It feels like the Abbasid Golden Age itself, a mix of practicality and wonder, danger and delight. You imagine the courtyard empty centuries from now, the jars broken, the recipes scattered, the air silent. Yet somehow the methods will endure, hidden in manuscripts that outlast the empire. The crowd begins to drift away, carrying jars of rosewater and soap, chatting about the marvels they've witnessed. The scholar wipes his hands, tired but proud. You linger, caught in the afterglow of invention. The flame dwindles, the vessels cool, and the night air grows heavier with silence. Slowly, even the sharpest scents fade, replaced by the familiar hum of crickets and the whisper of the Tigris. And as you turn to leave, the rhythm of distillation lingers in your mind, heat rising, vapour forming, droplets falling, a cycle as soothing as the water wheel's creak or the scratch of a stylus on wax. Everything repeats, everything transforms, everything balances. The Abbasids knew this well, whether they were splitting equations, bending rivers, or coaxing perfume from petals. And in that balance, you too feel the pull toward rest, toward letting the mind condense into quiet. The scent of rosewater still clings to your robes as you step away from the courtyard of bubbling flasks and smoking braziers. Your ears ring faintly from the hiss of steam, but soon another sound takes over, the low rustle of pages, like dry leaves stirred by the wind. Following it, you reach a sprawling building lit by rows of oil lamps. The walls seem to hum with quiet concentration, and the faint smell of ink and leather greets you before you even cross the threshold. You've arrived at the House of Wisdom, Beit al-Hikmah, a place less mechanical than a water wheel, less fiery than an alembic, but every bit as ingenious. Here, the invention isn't a machine or a formula, but something more abstract. Translation as technology. Here's the mainstream fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, scholars gathered Greek, Persian, Indian and Syriac texts, translating them into Arabic with meticulous care. They didn't merely copy, they expanded, commented, corrected and sometimes outright argued with their sources. Ptolemy's astronomy, Aristotle's philosophy, Hippocrates' medicine, Indian numerals, all pass through this great filter. Without this massive project, much of the classical knowledge you take for granted today might have vanished into the void of lost scrolls. Inside, scribes bend over low desks, their reed pens whispering across parchment. You see a translator comparing two manuscripts side by side, pausing to chew the end of his pen as if flavouring the words before committing them to Arabic. A candle flickers, and the shadow of his hand looks like it is writing across the ceiling. The air is alive with focus, yet the atmosphere is strangely soothing, like a library where the hum of thought is its own music. Now here's the quirky tidbit. Not all translations were graceful. One story tells of a translator who rendered Greek jokes so literally that no one laughed, except perhaps at how unfunny they became. Imagine an Abbasid scholar proudly reading a carefully translated pun while the audience stares in silence, someone coughing politely before changing the subject. Even geniuses couldn't always save humour across languages. Historians still argue whether the House of Wisdom was truly a centralised institution like a modern university, or more of a loose network of scholars sponsored by the caliphs. Some describe it as a glittering academy, where hundreds of translators worked shoulder to shoulder, while others think the phrase House of Wisdom was more metaphor than place. The debate lingers, with fragments of architecture and manuscripts offering only partial answers. Whatever form it took, the result is undeniable. An empire that made translation into a tool of survival. You move deeper into the hall. Stacks of manuscripts reach as high as your shoulders, smelling faintly of dust and goat hide. A scribe carefully sprinkles sand over fresh ink to keep it from smearing. Another dips his pen in a pot of gall ink so black it looks like liquid night. Their robes rustle as they shift, and the quiet murmur of their voices, debating a Greek phrase, adjusting a Persian term, fills the air. A man nearby gestures proudly to a parchment filled with curious numerals, the symbols of the Indian number system, which the Abbasids adopted and spread. You watch him solve a calculation in seconds, scribbling with a speed that makes Roman numerals look like clumsy pebbles in comparison. This seemingly small adoption is revolutionary. Without these numerals, algebra itself would be far more cumbersome. Imagine trying to balance equations while writing MMMCMXCX for $39.99. You'd probably give up halfway. The invention here isn't a gadget you can touch, but an infrastructure of the mind. By translating, commenting, and debating, Abbasid scholars built a bridge across cultures and centuries. Their work was not glamorous like a fountain that spits water from a bronze lion's mouth, but it endured. The very words you read today, the science you take for granted, carry traces of ink laid down in these quiet rooms. But not everything was pure scholarship. Some manuscripts bore curses against thieves. Whoever steals this book, may his hand wither and his eyes fall out. You can almost see a nervous scribe muttering the curse under his breath as he tucks a volume safely away. Quirky, yes, but practical. Books were treasures, each one worth the price of a farm. Losing one wasn't just annoying, it was devastating. The House of Wisdom breathes around you. The scratch of pens is steady, the smell of parchment warm and musty, the glow of lamps soft against dark wood. You notice how the rhythms here echo those of the inventions you've already seen. A steady cycle like the water wheel, a careful balance like algebra, a delicate process like distillation. Everything repeats, everything transforms, everything balances, and as you sit quietly in the corner, the sound of turning pages lulls you. It's softer than a river, gentler than a stylus scratching wax, but it carries the same hypnotic weight. Flip, whisper, pause. Flip, whisper, pause. The very act of knowledge passing hand to hand, language to language, century to century. It feels like a heartbeat too. You close your eyes, letting the murmur of translations blend with the faint creak of shelves, the crackle of lamps, the rustle of robes. Knowledge itself seems to seep into the air, as if breathing here might make you wiser. And perhaps it does, though it also makes you drowsy. In the House of Wisdom, invention isn't loud. It's quiet, persistent, and deeply human. You slip away from the House of Wisdom's lamplit halls, ears still echoing with the whisper of turning pages. Outside, the night air feels cooler, touched by a faint metallic tang. You follow it like a trail, winding through streets where smithies hammer long into the night. The ring of iron on iron is steady, purposeful, almost ritualistic. Sparks fly in showers of orange as hammers strike glowing billets, briefly turning the dark street into a constellation of embers. Tonight's invention is not as abstract as algebra or translation. Tonight, you stand before the forge of Damascus steel. Here's the mainstream fact. Damascus steel was famed across the medieval world, a metal so sharp and resilient that legends sprang up around it. Crusaders told stories of swords that could cleave a falling silk scarf in midair, or cut a European blade clean in two. The true recipe, derived from Indian wootz steel and refined by Abbasid smiths, produced a distinctive watery pattern on the surface, like flowing ripples frozen into the blade. These weapons became status symbols, not just tools of war, passed from warrior to warrior like heirlooms. You edge closer to the forge. The air is thick with smoke and glowing with coals that hiss when the smith splashes them with water. A young apprentice pumps the bellows, his arms trembling as he struggles to keep a steady rhythm. The master smith, face shadowed with soot, lifts a glowing ingot with iron tongs, laying it on the anvil with reverence. The hammer falls, and the sound reverberates in your chest, metal reshaped by sheer willpower. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Damascus blades were rumoured to be magical, not only for their strength but because their patterns seemed to shift under moonlight. One chronicler swore that a sword reflected stars differently, depending on whether its wielder was noble or cowardly. Was that poetic exaggeration, or just too much fermented date wine? Hard to say, but the myth added to the aura. Imagine swaggering into battle with a blade that your enemies believe can judge their soul. Historians still argue about how exactly Damascus steel was made. The original process disappeared sometime in the 18th century, leaving only tantalizing clues. Some suggest the secret lay in trace amounts of tungsten and vanadium in Indian ores. Others think it was the forging technique, slow heating, folding, quenching in strange concoctions of plant juices and even animal fats. One theory whispers of quenching blades in the bodies of slaves, though most scholars dismiss this as gory myth. What remains certain is that modern metallurgists still struggle to replicate the exact blend of hardness and flexibility those smiths achieved. The mystery itself has become part of the Inventions legacy. The forge around you becomes a kind of theatre. Apprentices scurry to fetch charcoal, water and tools. The master works with a rhythm that feels both violent and meditative. Each hammer strikes a syllable in a language only the blade understands. The smell of burning carbon mixes with sweat, while smoke curls into the rafters like silent prayers. You glimpse a finished sword resting nearby. Its edge gleams cold, and the rippling surface pattern resembles flowing water trapped inside solid steel. It's beautiful in a way that almost makes you forget what it's meant to do. And swords weren't the only marvel. Abbasid metallurgists experimented with armour, chainmail and surgical instruments of steel, sharp enough to cut with precision. Some caliphs commissioned ornate blades encrusted with gold and calligraphy, more ceremonial than functional. Others demanded everyday tools, chisels, needles, ploughshares, crafted from the same refined techniques. Steel, in their hands, was not just for war but for shaping every corner of life. You imagine a soldier gripping one of these swords, the weight perfectly balanced, the hilt wrapped in soft leather. He feels powerful, yes, but also oddly comforted, as though the blade itself has been bred to protect him. That watery pattern gleams under starlight, a reminder that this weapon is both artifact and art. It doesn't just kill, it intimidates, inspires, and endures. Another quirky twist. Some Abbasid recipes called for quenching steel in goat's urine. Was it superstition or metallurgical genius? Hard to say, though modern experiments suggest certain organic compounds can indeed affect carbon absorption. Still, the image of a smith solemnly dunking a glowing blade into a bucket of goat pee is hard not to chuckle at. History has a way of mixing brilliance with the absurd. As you watch, the master finally lifts a nearly finished blade. He holds it against the lamplight, tilting it until the surface shimmers with subtle waves. Satisfied, he nods. The apprentices sigh with relief, as though the city itself has just exhaled. The weapon will soon be polished, sharpened, perhaps wrapped in silk before it's carried to some noble patron. But in this moment, it is simply a glowing piece of artistry born from earth, fire, and sweat. You step back into the night, ears still ringing with hammer strikes, nose filled with smoke. The rhythm of the forge lingers inside you like a drumbeat, steady, relentless, timeless. Just as irrigation wheels turned endlessly and pens scratched tirelessly, so too do hammers fall without pause. Every invention of the Abbasids seems to share this quality. repetition that transforms chaos into order, raw material into wonder, and as the forge grows quieter behind you, your steps slow. The heat fades, replaced by the cool hush of the night. You realise you're drifting deeper into the Abbasid world, one invention at a time, each leaving an imprint like ripples in steel, patterns you can almost see even when you close your eyes. The forge's glow fades behind you as you wander through quieter streets, your ears still humming with the rhythm of hammer and anvil. The smell of smoke lingers faintly in your hair, but soon it gives way to something sweeter, resin, parchment, and a faint whiff of glue. Ahead, the lamplight spills out from an arched doorway where men carry bundles wrapped in cloth. You follow them inside and step into another Abbasid marvel, one not forged from fire or water but from ink, the world of paper making. Here's the mainstream fact. It was during the Abbasid Golden Age that paper making spread westward from China. After a battle near the city of Talas in 751, Chinese prisoners of war were said to have revealed the secrets of turning mulberry bark and rags into smooth, durable sheets. The Abbasids seized on this knowledge with remarkable enthusiasm, building the first paper mills in Samarkand and later Baghdad. Before this, parchment and papyrus had ruled, but they were expensive, fragile and limited. Paper, by contrast, was cheap, strong and perfect for the explosion of knowledge sweeping the empire. You run your fingers along a stack of drying sheets, their texture rough but promising. Scribes nearby test them with fresh ink, the black lines sinking smoothly without bleeding. The scratch of pens on paper is more confident than on papyrus, steadier than on parchment. This single invention fuels libraries, correspondence, poetry and law. Without paper, the Abbasid intellectual engine might have sputtered out before it truly began. Now for the quirky tidbit. Early paper was sometimes perfumed. Yes, imagine your tax bill arriving not only with bad news but smelling faintly of roses. Poets occasionally sprayed their manuscripts with musk, as if words weren't enough. They had to seduce your nose too. The effect, no doubt, was charming, though perhaps less so if you were the poor scribe dizzily sniffing rosewater for hours on end. Historians still argue whether the story of the Battle of Talas is the true beginning of paper in the Islamic world. Some claim that knowledge may have trickled west through merchants and travellers even earlier. Others believe the battle narrative was a later invention, a dramatic story to give the technology a neat origin. What we do know is that once the Abbasids had paper, they ran with it, churning out manuscripts at a pace unimaginable in the age of parchment. You watch workers pulping rags in giant vats, beating them with wooden mallets until the mixture becomes a cloudy slurry. They scoop it into framed sieves, shaking gently so the fibres spread evenly across the mesh. The water drains, the sheet solidifies, and soon it is pressed and hung to dry. The process is rhythmic, almost hypnotic. Dip, lift, shake, press, hang. Each step transforms scraps into a surface ready for the wisdom of philosophers, the sketches of engineers, the verses of poets. Nearby, a merchant inspects a fresh stack of pages, running his thumb along the edge. He grins as though he holds treasure, which in truth he does. A bundle of paper is lighter than parchment, cheaper than papyrus, and infinitely more flexible. You can see his mind already racing with the profit to be made. Knowledge has always needed entrepreneurs to carry it, and here the Abbasids blend invention with commerce, and the ripple effects are endless. Paper changes record-keeping, allowing officials to drown clerks in memos. It changes storytelling, letting poets circulate their verses far beyond the sound of their own voices. It changes science, giving mathematicians room to sketch diagrams, erase, and try again without wasting costly skins. It even changes religion, enabling the Quran to be copied more widely, its verses reaching believers in remote corners of the empire. One scholar walks past you, arms full of scrolls and codices, muttering about how this paper stuff is too flimsy compared to sturdy parchment. He looks unconvinced even as the sheets slip from his arms, scattering across the floor like autumn leaves. Apprentices laugh as they scramble to help him gather them. Resistance to change, you realize, is timeless. But eventually the convenience of paper wins over even the most stubborn. There's another quirky note. Some rulers worried that cheap paper would cheapen writing itself. If anyone could jot down thoughts, what would happen to tradition, authority, and memory? Would people value words less? You might chuckle at this ancient version of the internet is ruining us, but the concern feels familiar. Every new medium sparks the same anxiety, that ease will erode depth. And yet, here you stand, in a workshop where ease is precisely what fuels a cultural renaissance. You sit in a corner, listening to the steady slap of pulp against frames, the soft drip of water, the crackle of drying sheets. The rhythm is different from the hammering of the forge or the splash of irrigation wheels, yet it belongs to the same family. It's the sound of transformation. Fibres becoming paper, chaos becoming order, blankness becoming possibility. You imagine the sheets filled, lines of algebra solving invisible puzzles, medical diagrams mapping the body, poetry stretching across margins in curling calligraphy. Each page, once dry, is a seed waiting to sprout in some curious mind. The Abbasids didn't just make paper, they made a medium where every other invention could be recorded, shared and remembered. When you leave the workshop, your fingertips are dusty with pulp, and you find yourself reluctant to brush it off. It feels like you carry with you not just scraps of fabric reborn, but the promise of every story still to come. You leave the papermakers behind, the faint perfume of pulp and resin still clinging to your sleeves. The streets are quieter now, shadows stretching long under the lamps, yet from a distance you catch a new sound, high-pitched and playful, not the solemn scratching of scribes or the heavy clank of smiths. It's music, though not from a lute or drum. The notes are metallic, precise, almost mischievous. Drawn toward it, you enter a courtyard where a small crowd has gathered, eyes wide and smiles tugging at their lips. In the centre stands a fountain, and beside it, an invention so strange you blink to be sure you aren't dreaming. An automaton. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid engineers, most famously the Banu Musa brothers, designed elaborate mechanical devices centuries before gears and cams became household ideas in Europe. Their book of ingenious devices described fountains that changed patterns, mechanical flutes powered by water pressure, and trick vessels that poured wine or water depending on how they were tilted. Some were toys, others teaching tools, and some, like self-operating lamps, were genuinely useful. You watch one such automaton at work, a bronze bird perched on the fountain's rim. Water hidden within pipes makes its chest swell as if breathing. Then, with a delicate whistle, it sings, a clear note rising into the night. The children gasp, delighted, while their parents nod knowingly as if pretending they aren't impressed. You lean closer, and sure enough, a tiny stream of water pulses through the bird's throat, creating the song. It's part science, part illusion, and entirely magical. Now for the quirky tidbit. The Banu Musa once described a trick vessel, that poured out wine for your friend but only water for you, unless you held it at exactly the right angle. Imagine being at a party and realizing the jug itself has judged you unworthy of a good drink. That's not hospitality, it's hydraulic humiliation. Historians still argue whether these devices were widely built or mainly remained diagrams in manuscripts. Some scholars believe only a handful were constructed for palaces, more curiosities than tools. Others suggest they were practical experiments in hydraulics and pneumatics, precursors to technologies that eventually shaped clocks, pumps, and musical instruments. The debate continues, fueled by the tantalizing detail of their descriptions. Too specific to be pure fantasy, too rare in surviving artifacts to prove ubiquity. The courtyard feels alive with playful energy. Servants refill the fountain's reservoir, apprentices adjust the bird's hidden valves, and spectators lean in to guess the trick. You notice another device nearby, a lamp that refills itself as oil drains, a float hidden inside regulating the flow. Its flame burns steadily, unbothered by time. Another contraption, a rotating fountainhead, sprays water in shifting arcs, first a circle, then a cross, then twin streams like arms reaching. The crowd laughs as if watching a street performer, yet what you see is centuries of engineering ingenuity disguised as amusement. One old man strokes his beard and mutters that these are nothing but diversions, distractions from serious science. Yet you can't help but think how invention often hides behind play. Toys are the testing ground for serious ideas. A bird that sings with water pressure is also a lesson in pneumatics. A trick jug is a miniature experiment in fluid dynamics. Even delight itself can be a form of research. The moment when curiosity sparks and the mind insists on knowing how. There's another story. Some caliphs used automatons to awe foreign envoys. Picture a delegation stepping into a Baghdad hall only to be greeted by bronze lions that roared or peacocks that fanned jeweled tails, each powered by hidden hydraulics. The message was clear. Our empire masters not just armies but the very principles of nature. Diplomacy through puppetry, with gears for muscle and water for blood. The air around you smells faintly of brass, warmed by lamplight and cool mist from the fountain. The mechanical bird continues its song, repeating the same tune endlessly. It's both impressive and faintly ridiculous, like a wind-up toy that refuses to stop. The children don't mind. They clap every time as though hearing it anew. The rhythm of its whistle joins the chorus of Abbasid invention you've been following. Creak of wheels, scratch of pens, clang of hammers, drip of pulp, and now the chirp of bronze birds. Each adds another layer to the orchestra of ingenuity. You crouch by the fountain, watching droplets collect on the automaton's beak, then fall with perfect timing into the pool below. It occurs to you that these devices are less about utility and more about wonder. They remind people that knowledge is not only for solving problems, but also for stirring joy. Inventions don't have to be grim tools of survival. Sometimes they can be playful interruptions, a spark of laughter in the heavy business of empire, and perhaps that's their true gift. Even as historians argue over their scale or purpose, the fact remains that someone centuries ago designed machines that existed purely to astonish. In an age where survival demanded discipline and labour, they built things just to make people smile. That, you think, is as radical as algebra or irrigation. As the crowd drifts away and the fountain trickles more quietly, you linger a moment longer. The bronze bird still sings, tireless, its tune unchanged. You close your eyes and let the sound blur with the memory of wheels turning, hammers striking, scribes whispering, water dripping. It all blends into a single lullaby, the Abbasid world breathing in gears and ink and laughter. The bird's metallic song still echoes faintly in your ears as you step back into the streets. Baghdad at night feels like a living machine itself. Canals humming, markets cooling, workshops never truly silent. You wander past vendors dousing their lanterns, past bakers closing shutters, and find yourself drawn toward a low building with a strange, almost salty smell. Inside, jars line the shelves, powders glimmer faintly under the lamplight, and coils of tubing rest like sleeping snakes. You've stumbled into the realm of early chemistry, what Abbasid scholars called alchemia. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid chemists advanced beyond alchemy's mystical roots, experimenting with distillation, crystallization, and acid production in systematic ways. They developed practical techniques for refining substances like sulfuric acid and alcohol, tools that became foundations for modern chemistry. The name that echoes here most strongly is Jabir ibn Hayyan, sometimes called the father of chemistry, whose writings described hundreds of compounds, apparatuses and methods. Whether every text attributed to him was his is debated, but the influence is undeniable. You watch as an apprentice tends a glass vessel shaped like a bulb with a long neck, an alembic, its body warmed gently by coals. A thin stream condenses and drips into a flask, each drop catching lamplight like liquid stars. The room smells sharply of vinegar and faintly of resin, but also of something sweet, almost medicinal. The chemist nearby nods approvingly, muttering that the distillate is purer this time, clearer than before. His hands are steady, his patience infinite. Now for the quirky tidbit. Recipes weren't always purely scientific. Some manuscripts suggest adding ground-up emeralds to concoctions for spiritual clarity. Others call for the ashes of lizards, or dew collected only at dawn. Imagine apprentices scrambling around rooftops before sunrise, jars outstretched to catch droplets while half asleep and grumbling. Not everything in Abbasid chemistry would pass a modern lab test, but the mix of rigour and superstition is what makes it so strangely human. Historians still argue whether Jabir ibn Hayyan was a single genius or a collective pseudonym used by a school of chemists. The sheer volume of text attributed to him, thousands of pages, is almost suspicious. Could one man have written them all? Or was his name a kind of brand, a seal of authority used by generations? The truth remains murky, but the body of work shaped centuries of experimentation. You run your finger along a copper alembic, its surface warm, its curves elegant. These devices were more than tools. They were works of craftsmanship. Some had intricate joints sealed with clay, others cooled with flowing water channeled through hidden pipes. The Abbasids understood that knowledge wasn't just theory. It needed vessels, apparatus, and hands skilled enough to coax nature into revealing her secrets. The chemist waves you closer, showing you jars of powders labelled in looping Arabic script. One holds sulfur, yellow and pungent. Another, saltpeter, crystalline and sharp. A third contains what looks like black soot, though he insists it holds mysteries yet to be unlocked. He smiles knowingly, as if every jar in his shop hides a future discovery. Ink, medicine, fire, and indeed many practical uses flowed from this tinkering. Dyes for fabrics, perfumes for nobles, medicines for physicians, even stronger inks for the scribes in the House of Wisdom. All of these came from experiments in alchemia. Some mixtures failed spectacularly, no doubt, sending apprentices coughing into the courtyard. Others succeeded quietly, slipping into daily life so seamlessly that few noticed the science behind them. There's another quirky note. One recipe insists that if you heat mercury just right, it will turn into gold. Of course, you know better, but imagine the hope in the apprentice's eyes as he peers anxiously into the glowing crucible, waiting for riches that never come. Failure, repeated endlessly, was part of the process. Yet from those failures came genuine breakthroughs, stronger acids, purer alcohol, methods still recognizable in today's laboratories. The room hums with activity. Apprentices grind powders with stone pestles, their rhythmic thuds like muffled drums. Others fan coals, the glow rising and falling like breath. Drops fall steadily into flasks, plink, 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 as if time itself is being measured. You lean against a shelf and close your eyes for a moment, the sounds blending into a lullaby of experimentation. Gentle, steady, oddly soothing. The chemist speaks softly, almost to himself, about balance. Too much heat, and the vessel cracks. Too little, and the reaction fails. Too much sulfur, the mixture burns uncontrollably. Too little, and it fizzles. It's a dance of precision, one misstep away from disaster. You realize that chemistry, like irrigation or algebra, is another search for equilibrium, the eternal Abbasid theme. And as you watch him carefully tilt a flask, capturing the last drop of distillate, you sense the patience required. Invention here isn't a sudden spark, but a slow drip, steady and relentless. Knowledge, like water through a filter, clears little by little until it runs pure. You step outside again, carrying the faint tang of acid in your nose, the warmth of the forge still in your memory, the whisper of bronze birds still in your ears. Each invention feels linked, each echoing the same rhythm. Repetition, transformation, balance. The Abbasid world is teaching you not only its forgotten devices but also its philosophy. That invention is not noise but music, played slowly, drop by drop until it shapes the world. The chemical tang fades as you step deeper into Baghdad's veins of stone and canal. The city exhales in layers, paper dust from the scribes, forge smoke from the smiths, rosewater from the perfumers. But above all these scents rides something stranger, a faint hum, like a drum muffled by distance. You follow it to a square where the moonlight falls on a structure of wheels, ropes and weights. A crowd is gathered, whispering in awe. What stands before you is neither forge nor fountain, it is a clock. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid inventors designed elaborate water clocks, some enormous enough to tower in public squares. They were not just timekeepers, but performances, blending engineering with spectacle. One of the most famous stood in Baghdad itself, an intricate contraption that marked the hours with doors that opened, figures that moved, and balls that dropped with precision. These clocks did not merely measure time, they embodied it, transforming the invisible flow of hours into sound, sight, and rhythm. You draw closer. Water drips steadily into a hidden reservoir, pushing a float upward. The float tugs a cord, and with a soft clunk a door swings open on the clock's facade. A tiny bronze rider appears, circling across the balcony before vanishing again. The crowd gasps as though watching a magician's trick. Children clap, merchants nod approvingly, scholars stroke their beards, murmuring equations. The entire square feels briefly unified by the movement of gears and water. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid clocks included astrological features. Tiny orbs representing the planets crept across the sky, showing their positions at that hour. Imagine checking the time and also being reminded that Saturn is glaring down on you tonight. Not exactly practical if you're late to dinner, but impressive for anyone with the taste for cosmic theatre. Historians still argue how accurate these clocks truly were. Some suggest they drifted badly, more spectacle than science. Others believe they rivaled later European designs, finely tuned by masters who understood hydraulics deeply. Surviving descriptions are tantalizing but incomplete, leaving scholars to reconstruct possibilities with equal measures of admiration and frustration. Accuracy or not, their cultural role was enormous. In an age when time was measured by sun and prayer, a public clock was a marvel of order and control. The clock you watch now grows louder as the hour nears. A bronze falcon perched above twitches, then suddenly releases a ball that rolls down a channel with a resonant clang. It strikes a cymbal, and the sound carries across the square like a temple bell. The crowd murmurs approval. Children squeal with delight, and you feel the vibration in your chest. Time has announced itself, not as abstraction, but as theatre. Around you, the city responds. Merchants glance at the sky and decide whether to pack their stalls. Guards straighten, counting the hour against their rounds. A scholar checks his notes, pleased that his calculations align with the clock's declaration. This invention doesn't simply tell time, it organises life, turning private rhythms into shared pulses. Nearby, an apprentice climbs onto a platform to refill the reservoir. His robe is soaked from splashes, his hands calloused from rope burns. He grins sheepishly when the master scolds him for dripping water onto the mechanism. You realise again how fragile these marvels are. A missed refill, a broken float, and the illusion collapses. Even so, the spectacle continues night after night, weaving itself into the heartbeat of Baghdad. There's another quirky story. Some visitors, unfamiliar with the mechanics, swore the clocks were powered by jinn. One diplomat from Byzantium supposedly returned home claiming Baghdad had enslaved spirits to count the hours. It wasn't entirely wrong. There was a kind of spirit here, the spirit of invention, haunting gears and siphons with quiet persistence. The square smells faintly of wet stone and warm brass. You lean against a pillar, eyelids heavy, letting the rhythm of dripping water lull you. Each drop is a second. Each clang is an hour. Time itself seems to flow more slowly in the Abbasid night, measured not by your heartbeat, but by the careful work of engineers long gone. Your gaze drifts upward. Lanterns sway gently on chains strung between rooftops. Moths flutter against the light, while cats slink along the edges of the square, waiting for discarded scraps. The clock looms over it all, a strange blend of utility and ornament, reminding everyone present that they live inside a structure larger than themselves. Time is not just passing, it is being captured, ordered, given a face. One merchant mutters to his neighbour about how he times his bread baking with the clock's clangs. Another whispers that he schedules his prayers by it, more precise than the shadow of a sundial. Yet another scoffs, saying the call to prayer is still the only time that matters. In this moment you sense the tension. Technology versus tradition, spectacle versus devotion. And still, the drops fall, the wheels turn, the falcon waits to release its next ball. The Abbasids were not only telling time, they were redefining it. To measure hours with water and brass was to claim mastery over the intangible. It was the same impulse that drove them to chart the stars, refine algebra, and distill rosewater, a refusal to let the world remain vague. And yet, even with such marvels, uncertainty lingered. Historians still argue whether these clocks shaped daily rhythms in lasting ways, or whether they remained curiosities, admired but rarely trusted. As the crowd thins and the night deepens, you find yourself almost hypnotized. The repetition soothes you. A drop, a weight, a clang. Each movement rehearsed, precise, inevitable. You think back to the irrigation wheels, the distillation flasks, the balanced equations. They're all variations on the same theme, cycles captured, made visible, turned into instruments of survival and wonder. When the falcon releases its ball once more, you hardly stir. The sound rings out, yet you drift with it, as though the clang has become a lullaby. Time folds around you, not rushing, not stalling, but settling into a rhythm that pulls your eyelids lower, slower. The Abbasid night, wound tight with invention, now unwinds gently into sleep. You leave the square with its dripping reservoirs and clanging cymbals, but the echo of time seems to trail you down every street. The alleys are quieter now, shutters drawn, lanterns burning low, yet there is another hum in the air, less mechanical, more intimate. You follow it into a low building where the scent of warm oils, charred wood, and polished glass presses against your senses. Inside, artisans bend over workbenches, their faces lit by flickering lamps. This is no ordinary workshop, this is where optics take form. Here's the mainstream fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, scholars like Ibn al-Haytham, al-Hazan, revolutionized the study of vision. He argued that sight came not from rays emitted by the eyes, as many earlier thinkers believed, but from light entering the eye. His experiments with lenses, mirrors, and darkened rooms laid the foundations of modern optics. It was a radical shift. Imagine telling people their eyes weren't tiny flashlights, but passive receivers of light. That reality check must have stung a little. You watch an apprentice hold up a glass sphere, rotating it until moonlight refracts into a rainbow across the wall. Children gasp softly, chasing the coloured bands with their hands. The master frowns, not because of the rainbow, but because the sphere has bubbles trapped inside the glass, imperfections that scatter the light in unintended ways. He sets it aside with a sigh, muttering that perfection in glasswork is as elusive as truth itself. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid scholars constructed what we'd call camera obscurus, dark rooms with tiny apertures that projected inverted images of the outside world onto walls. Picture a scholar crouched in a pitch-black chamber, marvelling as a bustling street outside appears upside down on plaster. To us, it sounds like a fun science fair project. To them, it bordered on mystical, a portal between perception and reality. Historians still argue whether these devices were primarily scientific tools or curiosities used to amuse guests. Some manuscripts suggest serious observational purposes, like studying eclipses safely. Others hint that they were brought out at gatherings as a parlour trick, a way to impress dignitaries with the strangeness of inverted images. The truth, as usual, probably slides somewhere in the blurry middle. The workshop smells of heated sand and ash. You run your fingers over trays of lenses, some convex, some concave, each shimmering faintly in lamplight. The artisan's hands are steady, movements practiced, as they grind glass against stone with rhythmic circles. The sound is hypnotic, scrape, turn, polish, test, again and again. You begin to notice how much of Abbasid brilliance is born not just from grand flashes of insight, but from endless patience. The same cycle repeated until perfection emerges. Nearby, a scholar demonstrates to a small crowd how a lens magnifies script on a parchment. He moves the glass carefully, showing how letters swell and shrink depending on the angle. An elderly scribe squints through the lens, his mouth falling open as the cramped text suddenly grows readable. You realise you're witnessing the early stirrings of magnifying aids, the quiet ancestors of spectacles. It must have felt miraculous for those who had resigned themselves to blurred pages and dimming eyes. Another corner of the workshop houses polished brass mirrors. Some are plain, others intricately decorated with floral patterns etched around the edges. A young boy leans close to one, pulling faces, laughing as his reflection distorts in the curved surface. His mother scolds him gently, but the laughter lingers, proof that invention doesn't just serve scholars, it entertains children too. You pause by a half-finished contraption, a wooden box with a narrow slit and a mirror angled inside. When the craftsman peers into it, the image outside is flipped and sharpened. He explains softly that such devices may one day help measure distances or improve navigation. His tone is dreamy, speculative, as though he glimpses futures even he can't quite articulate. The air here feels different from the clock square. Less public theatre, more quiet intimacy. Instead of clanging cymbals, there's the whisper of grinding glass. Instead of crowds gasping, there are small groups leaning in close, eyes wide, as light itself is bent, split, magnified. If time was made visible by the water clock, then here, vision itself is being dismantled and reassembled. There's a strange humility to it. The artisans don't claim to conquer light. They coax it, persuade it, invite it to reveal its secrets. And yet, with each polished lens and carefully angled mirror, the world looks different. Suddenly stars can be studied more clearly. Texts can be read more easily. Illusions can be created more cleverly. Knowledge expands, not in leaps, but in subtle refractions. You think of Ibn al-Haytham in his darkened chamber, testing how rays entered the eye. Alone with candles, pinholes and patient notes, he was quietly shifting how humanity understood itself. The eyes weren't projectors of beams, they were windows, open to the universe. It was as profound a shift as Copernicus declaring Earth was not the centre of the cosmos. Both stung human pride, both opened doors. As the workshop winds down, apprentices cover trays of glass with cloth, masters snuff lamps, and the hum of grinding fades. The rainbow on the wall disappears as the moon slides behind a cloud, leaving the room in a dim glow. You realise that in this silence too there is invention, an awareness that darkness is never absolute, that even the faintest light can be bent and multiplied. You step back into the street, blinking as starlight scatters across the canal. Reflections ripple on the water, upside-down versions of the city dancing at your feet. For a moment you feel as though you're inside one giant camera obscura, Baghdad itself projected by the universe. The thought makes you smile and your steps slow, heavy with sleepiness. The quiet shimmer of moonlight reflecting in the canal follows you as you wander away from the glass workshop. The smell of ash and oil fades, replaced by something heartier. Smoke, sizzling fat, the unmistakable perfume of roasting meat. Your stomach growls, and you realise that invention is not always made of gears and glass. Sometimes it is fire and clay, and the patient tinkering of cooks who turn hunger into art. You slip into a market square still alive despite the late hour, where vendors wave skewers over glowing coals, pots bubble like tiny volcanoes, and bread rises in domed ovens that radiate a steady warmth. Here's the mainstream fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, culinary culture flourished alongside science. Cookbooks like Kitab al-Tabikh, the Book of Dishes, compiled in the 10th century, collected hundreds of recipes ranging from everyday stews to extravagant palace banquets. These books show not only the diversity of ingredients, from chickpeas and rice to saffron and cinnamon, but also the creativity of chefs experimenting with methods of roasting, fermenting, and preserving. Food was more than sustenance, it was a science, a language, even a display of status. You stop by a stall where a cook slaps dough against the inside of a clay oven. It sticks, inflates, and browns in seconds before he pulls it free with a pair of long tongs. The bread hisses as it cools, the smell earthy and comforting. He sprinkles it with sesame seeds, wraps it in cloth, and hands it to a waiting child. The child grins, biting into it before running off into the crowd. Simple, yes, but the technology behind that oven is anything but trivial. The Abbasid clay tanner, ancestor of the modern tandoor, designed to hold and radiate heat efficiently, able to bake quickly while conserving precious fuel. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid kitchens experimented with ice in the middle of scorching summers. Wealthy households stored blocks of ice harvested from mountains or created frozen desserts using saltpeter mixtures that lowered temperatures dramatically. Imagine sipping a chilled rosewater syrup in Baghdad while the desert sun scorches everything outside. Practical? Not really. Luxurious? Absolutely. Historians still chuckle at descriptions of sorbet-like concoctions appearing centuries before Europe's first ice creams. The debate lingers. Historians still argue whether these culinary marvels trickled down to the common folk or remained largely confined to the wealthy. Did farmers in dusty villages ever taste saffron-scented rice? Or was it only caliphs who dined on such delicacies? Some argue that the spread of spice trade routes made even rare flavours surprisingly accessible to markets across the empire. Others insist the gap remained vast, with palace feasts as theatrical as water clocks, while peasants stuck to lentils and bread. The truth likely lies, once again, somewhere in the simmering middle. The square glows with warmth, smoke curling into the night sky. A vendor ladles out a lentil stew, steam rising in aromatic clouds of cumin and coriander. Another skewers lamb, the fat dripping into the fire with a satisfying hiss, flames leaping like dancers. Somewhere nearby, a boy pounds garlic and herbs into a paste with a stone mortar, the rhythmic thud echoing across the square. These sounds blend with laughter, bargaining, and the occasional bleating goat. A symphony of survival and celebration. You notice that food here isn't merely eaten, it's performed. A man flips a pancake high into the air, catching it on the edge of a copper pan. The crowd cheers. Another pours tea from a pot raised high above his head, the liquid arcing like molten gold into a tiny glass cup without spilling a drop. Precision, flair and technique are as much a part of Abbasid cooking as they are of algebra or astronomy. And the aromas, the aromas. Saffron threads infuse rice with golden colour, cinnamon and cloves perfume sweet puddings, roasted eggplants collapse into smoky dips, even vinegar finds its place, drizzled over cucumbers and mint for a refreshing salad. You lean against a pillar, letting the scents roll over you, realising that chemistry is not confined to labs. It thrives in kitchens where vinegar, oil and fire dance in controlled experiments every day. A cook notices you staring and offers a small skewer of grilled fish, dusted with sumac. The tartness explodes on your tongue, followed by the smokiness of charred skin. It is both rustic and refined, simple ingredients transformed by careful timing and clever use of fire. Around you, others eat noisily, tearing bread, slurping broth, sharing platters without ceremony. Food here is community, invention, and joy wrapped together. There's another quirky detail. Some Abbasid feasts featured mechanical serving devices. Accounts describe tables with hidden mechanisms that rotated platters or poured drinks automatically. powered by water or weights. Imagine being a guest at a banquet where the wine jug refills itself, or where a roasted lamb rotates gently on its own spit without a servant's hand. Were these common? Hardly. But they show how the Abbasid appetite for spectacle extended even to the dinner table. As the crowd begins to thin, you notice a quiet figure in the corner, a scribe, carefully copying recipes into a worn notebook. His lamp flickers, casting shadows over the parchment. Perhaps he dreams of compiling his own cookbook, preserving flavours for generations yet unborn. In that moment you realise that food, like time or light, is another way of defying the fleeting nature of life. Recipes are memory turned into instruction, survival turned into art. The night deepens and the fires burn low. Vendors pack away their spices, tying cloths tight around jars of turmeric, pepper and ginger. The ovens crackle with fading heat. The square empties until only a few stray cats prowl the shadows, licking grease from discarded bones. You take one last deep breath of the mingled scents, meat, spice, bread and smoke, before stepping back into the cooler night. As you walk away, your stomach warm and satisfied, you realise invention is not always measured in equations or mechanical clatter. Sometimes it is in the way bread rises, in the trick of salt that preserves fish for a journey, in the clever storing of ice to cheat the summer sun. The Abbasids understood that to nurture the body was to nurture the mind, and in every bite you taste a history of quiet ingenuity. The smell of roasted lamb and saffron lingers as you leave the market behind. The city grows quieter, though not asleep. Baghdad never truly sleeps. You cross a bridge where the canal whispers beneath your feet, and on the far bank a new scent rises. Sharp, metallic, the unmistakable tang of iron. The clang of hammer on anvil drifts through the night, steady and strong, as though the city's heart has moved from water and bread to fire and steel. Drawn by the glow, you step into the forge district, where sparks burst like fireflies and shadows dance against soot-black walls. Here's the mainstream fact. Abbasid metalworkers mastered techniques in forging steel that became legendary across continents. The most famous was Damascus steel, blades crafted with distinctive flowing patterns, both strong and flexible, capable of slicing through armour or silk with equal ease. While the origins of Damascus steel predate the Abbasids, it was during their era that trade, refinement and legend fused. Travellers carried tales of swords so sharp they could cut a hair in mid-air. Whether those stories are exaggerated or not, the reputation endures even now. You lean close as a smith hammers glowing steel, the sound ringing like a bell. Each strike sends sparks flying, illuminating his face in flashes of sweat and determination. His apprentice pumps a great leather bellows, feeding the furnace with gusts of air until the coals glow white hot. The rhythm is relentless. Pump, strike, turn, strike. The smell is sharp, burning coal, hot iron, and the faint acrid tang of quenched steel hissing in water. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid forges experimented with alloys not just for strength but for beauty. Bronze inlaid with silver, copper worked with gold, intricate arabesques etched into armour and bowls alike. One popular trick was pattern welding blades so that when polished, the steel shimmered with wavy lines like ripples frozen in metal. Not only did this serve practical purposes, controlling hardness and flexibility, but it made every sword into a piece of art. Historians still argue whether Damascus steel was truly the supermaterial described in legends, or whether its reputation grew through centuries of storytelling. Some claim the metal contained unique carbon structures formed by smelting techniques lost to history. Others argue that while fine, it was not miraculous, and the myths outshined the reality. Either way, its symbolic weight cannot be denied. To wield such a blade was to hold a piece of science and legend in your hand. The forge grows hotter as you watch. A smith pulls a rod of iron from the fire, twisting it with tongs, then hammering it flat before folding it back on itself. The fold traps heat, layers forming like pages in a book. Again and again, he repeats the cycle. Heat, hammer, fold, hammer. Each fold refines, strengthens, and blends. You realize you're watching a form of patience transmuted into permanence, raw ore turned into something that can outlast empires. Nearby, artisans shape not weapons but tools, chisels, locks, delicate surgical instruments. One table gleams with scalpels and forceps, their edges fine enough to slice silk without tearing. Medicine demanded precision, and these smiths provided it, turning fire into instruments of healing. Another stall displays astrolabes, their brass surfaces etched with intricate star maps. Even the heavens could be measured, so long as the forge obeyed the mind of the craftsman. The district is alive with contrasts. A warrior inspects a new sword, testing its balance with a practiced hand. A farmer haggles for a sturdy plough blade, worn out from years of cutting dry soil. Children gather near a stall selling copper lamps, watching their reflections wobble in the polished surfaces. Invention here isn't lofty theory. It's tangible, practical, feeding both survival and ambition. One smith tells a tale to his apprentice about a sword forged so sharp it sliced silk drifting on the wind. The boy's eyes widen, though he's clearly unsure whether to believe it. The smith laughs, admitting that maybe the silk was helped along by a gentle tug. Myth and reality blur in the heat of the forge, and both are needed to keep the fire burning. The clang of hammers creates a rhythm that echoes the water wheels, the distiller's drops, the clock's cymbals. Everywhere you've walked, cycles repeat. Water, fire, glass, steel, each element harnessed in its own way. The Abbasid seem to know that nothing is wasted if you understand its rhythm. Even destruction, even the fierce heat of flame becomes creation in the right hands. You step away from the furnaces into cooler air, though the ringing of hammers follows like a heartbeat. Your clothes smell faintly of smoke and iron. Your ears hum with the echoes of impact. For a moment you close your eyes, imagining the city as a forge itself, or drawn from distant lands, melted together, hammered by culture and debate, folded again and again until it emerges as something stronger, sharper, more enduring. The stars wheel slowly overhead, faint against the haze of smoke. Somewhere in the distance a clock clangs, a reminder that time still flows, drop by drop. You take one last look at the forge district, sparks fading into the dark like fireflies, and let the rhythm settle into your bones. Hammer, fold, cool, repeat. It is the rhythm of survival, of invention, of history itself. The last sparks of the forge fade behind you as you step into the cooler night. Your ears still ring with hammer strikes, but now the air grows quieter, filled with softer sounds, the shuffle of sandals, the low murmur of voices, and the faint splash of oars dipping into water. Following the noise, you arrive at the edge of the Tigris, where wooden hulls rock gently against one another, lanterns swinging from their masts like fireflies tethered by rope. The river has always been the lifeblood of Baghdad, but in this age it is more than water, it is invention afloat. Here's the mainstream fact. The Abbasids refined shipbuilding and navigation, turning rivers and seas into thoroughfares of trade, communication and power. Their vessels, sleek river barges, sturdy merchant ships and even military galleys, were crafted with precision, often using sewn plank techniques and reinforced keels. Combined with navigational tools like the astrolabe and detailed maps, these ships extended the Abbasid world from the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, stitching together a tapestry of commerce and culture. You step onto a creaking pier, the wood damp beneath your sandals. The smell is thick, tar, fish, wet rope, and faint wafts of date wine leaking from a cracked barrel. A shipwright hunches over a half-built hull, hammering iron nails into place, while his apprentice slathers pitch along the seams. The vessel glistens under the moonlight, ribs rising like the bones of a great sea creature waiting to come alive. Each tap of the hammer echoes the forges you just left, though here the fire's been replaced by water. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid shipbuilders experimented with glass windows in cabins, small panes set into wooden frames. Imagine sailing across the Indian Ocean while gazing at the stars through a clear window instead of wind-whipped planks. Luxurious, unnecessary, but utterly captivating. It reminds you how often Abbasid inventions straddle the line between utility and delight. Historians still argue how much of Abbasid naval strength was their own innovation versus borrowed knowledge from Persian, Indian, and even Chinese traditions. Some scholars insist Abbasid shipwrights simply adapted techniques already thriving across the seas. Others argue that Baghdad's genius was synthesis, the ability to absorb, refine, and expand into a coherent system of maritime knowledge. The debate mirrors the river itself, always flowing, never fixed, carrying ideas as readily as it carries boats. You walk past a vessel being loaded with sacks of spices, pepper, cloves, cinnamon. The aroma fills the night air, warm and dizzying, hinting at lands far beyond the horizon. Another ship is stacked with parchment bundles, destined perhaps for Basra or Damascus. Trade here isn't just goods, it's information, taste, even identity. Each boat becomes a floating archive of human ambition. On the deck of a moored galley, sailors prepare for departure. They haul ropes thick as your arm, adjust sails dyed with deep indigo, and test oars that glisten with fresh oil. A captain consults an astrolabe, tilting it against the stars. He mutters calculations under his breath, cross-checking with a map inked in fine calligraphy. His brow furrows, then relaxes, satisfied that the heavens and his instruments agree. Watching him, you realise how seamlessly science blends with seamanship. Algebra doesn't just solve inheritance problems, it sets ships on the right path across endless water. Nearby, a group of children chase one another along the pier, laughing until a sailor shoos them away before they tumble into the river. One boy pauses to stare at the towering mast of a merchant ship, his eyes wide, as if seeing the spine of a giant. Perhaps he dreams of voyages to Zanzibar or Guangzhou, of adventures stitched together by waves. The Abbasid Empire, after all, did not see itself as an island. It was a web, and ships were the strands. The sounds around you shift. The groan of wood under strain, the creak of rope, the slap of water against hulls. Each noise forms part of a rhythm, different from forge or clock, but no less steady. Even the river has a heartbeat. You lean on a post, letting the swell of waves rock you gently, your eyelids heavy with the motion. One sailor tells a story, half boast, half legend, of a ship so finely built it outran a storm for 3 nights, its planks holding firm while lesser vessels splintered. Another swears he once saw a dolphin guiding his ship into harbour. Whether myth or memory, both tales share a truth. That life on the water demands faith in invention and in luck. You notice that the boats, like the lenses and clocks you've seen before, are cycles captured in wood and rope. Oars dip and rise, sails billow and collapse, waves rise and fall. Even journeys are cycles: departure, voyage, return. The Abbasids harnessed these patterns not only to survive but to thrive, weaving far-flung regions into the orbit of Baghdad's markets and libraries. The lanterns along the pier flicker, their light mirrored in the black water below. It feels as if the stars have descended into the river, mingling with the boats that will carry them east and west. For a moment, you feel afloat yourself, drifting in a sea of invention where wood, rope and starlight conspire to shrink the world. You turn away at last, the creak of rigging fading behind you. Yet the rhythm lingers, like the lull of a cradle rocked by unseen hands. Sail, oar, wave, sail, oar, wave. It's the sound of Baghdad reaching beyond itself, and it rocks you gently towards sleep. The river fades behind you, its lantern reflections dissolving into darkness, and once again your path winds through the heart of Baghdad. This time the sound that draws you isn't the clang of hammers or the lap of waves, but something subtler, the quiet rustle of pages. It's almost a whisper, 1,000 voices speaking at once, except they are made of ink and parchment rather than lungs and breath. You follow it until you stand before a low building lit by steady lamps, its entrance guarded by silence more reverent than any temple. You slip inside and there it is, the workshop of bookbinding where knowledge is stitched, pressed and clothed for eternity. Here's the mainstream fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, bookmaking flourished alongside the famed House of Wisdom. The introduction of paper from China transformed scholarship, faster, cheaper, and easier to produce than parchment or papyrus. This explosion of written material required new techniques to preserve, protect, and beautify books. Abbasid binders rose to the challenge, developing leather covers, gilded decoration, and even protective boxes, creating objects that were not only practical but works of art. The air in this room is different, thick with the smell of tanned leather, glue boiled down from animal hides, and the faint metallic tang of gold leaf. You watch as an artisan lays sheets of freshly copied paper into neat stacks, then sews them together with silk thread. His fingers move with patient rhythm, stitch, pull, knot, repeat. Each book begins as fragments, then slowly binds into a whole, much like the city itself. Now for the quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid bookbinders experimented with hidden designs pressed into covers so subtly that they only revealed themselves in certain light. Imagine owning a book whose cover seemed plain brown by day, but shimmered with geometric patterns when turned beneath lamplight. A secret handshake between artisan and owner, a quiet delight reserved for those who paid attention. Historians still argue whether Abbasid binding techniques were entirely original innovations or adaptations from earlier Byzantine and Persian traditions. Some claim Baghdad merely refined what already existed, adding flourish and standardization. Others argue that the Abbasid surge in demand for books drove experimentation at a scale that transformed the craft into something altogether new. Either way, the debate underscores how invention is rarely born in isolation. It is stitched, like these pages, from many threads. You walk further in and see sheets of paper drying on racks, the ink glistening faintly under lamplight. The scribe's handwriting flows like a river of black across white, looping and curling into forms both language and art. Some books are copies of Greek philosophy, Aristotle's logic carefully transcribed into Arabic. Others are medical treatises, thick with diagrams of bones and veins. Still others are poetry, verses curling across the page with such elegance they could stand alone as visual art. The binders treat each one not as mere text, but as a treasure worthy of armour. In a corner a boy grinds pigment for illuminations, his mortar filled with lapis lazuli ground into the richest blue. A master illuminator dips his brush, adding a delicate border of gold around a title page. The book glows as though lit from within, each line catching the lamplight like fire trapped in the page. You realise the books here are more than storage for words. They are vessels, carefully crafted to seduce the eye, preserve the mind, and outlast the fragile bodies of their creators. One craftsman shows you a finished volume, its cover pressed with intricate geometric patterns, gilded rosettes at each corner. When he places it in your hands, the weight surprises you. It feels both solid and tender, as if you're holding centuries pressed into leather. He explains how some wealthy patrons commissioned entire libraries, each volume bound in colours matching the next, a rainbow of learning stacked like jewels. For a moment you imagine walking into such a library, the scent of leather and ink thick in the air, every wall humming with silent voices. The sounds of the workshop are soothing. The scrape of knives trimming pages, the soft thump of a mallet pressing covers flat, the whisper of brushes laying glue. Unlike the forge or the harbour, the rhythm here is hushed, meditative. It's the sound of permanence being born slowly, quietly. You feel your own breath begin to match the pace, slower, steadier, as though the workshop itself is teaching you patience. One of the artisans chuckles as he recalls a rumour that somewhere in Baghdad a binder once hid an entire poem inside the hollow spine of a book, a secret treasure to be discovered only by the curious. Maybe it's just a tale to entertain apprentices, or maybe, centuries later, a scholar cracked open a book and found verses smiling back at him. Whether true or not, the story captures the spirit of the craft. Knowledge not only preserved, but playfully concealed. The longer you watch, the clearer it becomes. These binders are not just craftsmen. They are guardians, ensuring that ideas survive the chaos of fire, flood, and forgetfulness. Without them, inventions would vanish with their inventors, debates would dissolve into dust, and poems would drift away like unanchored boats. Each stitch, each press of the cover is an act of defiance against time. When you finally step back into the night, the silence feels thicker, as if the book's whispers have followed you out. The stars overhead look like ink drops spattered across parchment. The sky itself a manuscript waiting to be bound. For a fleeting moment, you imagine that the entire Abbasid Golden Age is a single book. Its inventions the chapters, its people the sentences, its forgotten secrets hidden between the lines. Your feet carry you onward, the scent of leather fading, the rhythm of needle and thread still echoing in your chest. Invention, you realise, is not just about creating something new. It is about remembering, preserving, and passing it along. And tonight, in this city of fire and water, steel and ink, you're walking through a book still being written. The streets of Baghdad have finally grown hushed, and the weight of the night seems to press against your shoulders like a heavy cloak. Even the Tigris is quieter now, its ripples softened, its usual laughter of water stilled into something close to silence. You think you've walked every district, listened to every clang of hammer, every drip of water clock, every rustle of parchment. Yet, as you move along a narrow alley lined with shuttered workshops, A faint metallic creak beckons you, faint but insistent, as if the city itself refuses to let you go without one last secret. You follow it into a courtyard hidden behind high, soot-streaked walls. The gate hangs crooked, its hinges squealing as you push it open. Inside, moonlight pools across rows of tables where strange devices sit half-finished, broken, or simply abandoned. Here lies the graveyard of invention, not the polished marvels that fill the markets and palaces, but the oddities, the unfinished dreams, the forgotten attempts that never made it into chronicles. And yet, as you stand there, you sense that this place hums with as much spirit as the grand libraries or gleaming forges. Here's the mainstream fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, invention thrived not only in success, but also in endless experimentation. Paper, glass, steel, and ships may have carried the empire's fame, but alongside them were countless experiments, some too impractical, others too fragile, some perhaps too far ahead of their time. These attempts may never have changed the world directly, but they nurtured the culture of curiosity that defined the Abbasids. Without failures and forgotten projects, the great successes would never have been possible. The air smells of rust, dried resin, and old glue, mingled with the earthy scent of dust. You pass a table where gears lie scattered like the ribs of some mechanical beast. A wooden automaton slumps nearby, its painted face chipped, its eyes staring blankly at nothing. Perhaps once, when wound, it nodded or raised a hand, a crude echo of life, startling guests before breaking down. Beside it rests a half-finished astrolabe, its brass surface mottled and scratched, the inscriptions too faint to be useful. You trace one with your finger, wondering whether its maker sighed in frustration when the calculations refused to align. Now for the quirky tidbit, some sources describe trick devices invented not for science but for humour. One manuscript mentions a chessboard with hidden magnets that ensured one side always won, an infuriating prank disguised as strategy. Another describes a box that puffed scented smoke into the faces of curious visitors. Were these genuine devices or tales exaggerated by bored scribes? Hard to say. But they remind you that even in an age of lofty scholarship, playfulness had its place. Historians still argue whether these descriptions were records of serious prototypes or mere thought experiments. Were Abbasid inventors earnestly chasing perpetual motion and self-fueling lamps, or were they posing riddles, daring each other to imagine the impossible? Some scholars claim manuscripts preserve genuine blueprints for mechanisms that simply couldn't work. Others see them as metaphors or intellectual games. The truth may never be settled, but the debate itself is part of the Abbasid legacy, an openness to exploring even the improbable. You walk deeper into the courtyard, where moonlight paints long silver shadows across abandoned workbenches. A cracked glass lens rests in a corner, still capable of catching the stars in its curve. A water pump model lies warped, its paddles frozen in place, suggesting some apprentice left it mid-construction and never returned. A peculiar instrument, string snapped, leans against a wall. You pluck one frayed thread and it hums weakly, as if sighing out its last note after centuries of silence. And then you notice something else. None of this feels sad. Instead, it feels tender, even comforting, like stumbling across an old notebook filled with sketches and crossed out lines. Each failure, each unfinished object, carries the mark of hands that dared to try. For every polished clock in a caliph's hall, there must have been dozens that stopped too soon. For every glittering lens that captured the stars, countless shards cracked and discarded. Invention is never a straight line. It is loops, stalls, and second attempts, stitched together by stubborn persistence. A phantom presence seems to linger here, the ghost of a scholar chuckling softly at his own missteps. You imagine him leaning over a broken clock, muttering, "Well, that didn't work," before immediately sketching a new design. Failure wasn't defeat to these minds. It was raw material, another fold in the steel, another stitch in the binding. Even the forgotten held value, nudging thought forward. The quiet hums around you, not empty but alive. The courtyard itself feels like an unfinished manuscript, its margins filled with doodles and half-thoughts, the kind you'd never read aloud but which reveal the restless mind of the writer. Without these margins, the main text would never breathe. You begin to see the Abbasid Golden Age differently now, not as a flawless parade of brilliance, but as a mosaic of attempts, both grand and humble, where even the broken pieces gleam. You sit on a stone bench, letting the cool night press in. The stars overhead scatter across the sky like drops of silver ink spilled on parchment. For a moment, you imagine Baghdad itself as a great workshop, its people, tools and ideas, its streets, workbenches, its failures and triumphs equally necessary. And here, among abandoned prototypes and forgotten playthings, you realize that history is not just about what worked. It is also about what was tried, whispered, tested, and left behind. The inventions around you may be silent now, their gears stuck, their strings slack. But in that silence you hear a steady rhythm, the same rhythm that carried you through markets, forges, docks, and libraries. The rhythm of imagination, eternal and unfinished, always daring to ask, what if? The strings hum low and deep, and for a moment you almost mistake them for your own heartbeat. You've wandered into a small chamber, not the grand libraries or laboratories this time, but a place far more intimate. The air is soft with incense and something more elusive, the shimmer of sound itself waiting to be coaxed into form. A man plucks the curved oud resting on his lap, his fingers moving with such ease that the instrument feels like an extension of his body. You sit, drawn closer, as the music settles around you like a cloak. Here's the historical fact to ground us. In the Abbasid Golden Age, scholars didn't just listen to music, they studied it as a science. Al-Kindi, sometimes called the philosopher of the Arabs, wrote treatises on how sound waves vibrate, how strings resonate, how intervals could be measured mathematically. Later, Al-Farabi pushed the idea further, describing instruments in meticulous detail, noting how the placement of a single finger changed not only pitch, but mood. You imagine him crouched over a lute much like the one before you, scribbling diagrams that looked as much like geometry as they did poetry. The quirky tidbit. Some believed music could alter the health of the body, tuning the soul like strings. Physicians prescribed melodies as if they were medicine. A melancholy heart, they said, could be lifted by the bright tones of a reed flute. A restless mind could be soothed by the deep pluck of a qanun. You picture an Abbasid doctor with one hand holding a stethoscope made of reed, if only, and the other handing out a playlist. Who needs pills when you have perfect pitch? Historians still argue whether these musical prescriptions were genuinely believed to heal, or whether they were more of a metaphor, a way of saying that harmony in sound mirrored harmony in the body. But the debate itself shows how far-reaching Abbasid thought could be. Sound wasn't just entertainment, it was woven into philosophy, medicine, and mathematics. The chamber you sit in sways with rhythm. The musician pauses, then resumes, now sliding into a scale that rises like a staircase, then dips into something minor, darker, as though a cloud had crossed the moon. You notice a boy at the far side taking notes, his tablet covered in neat lines, marking not words but symbols, the first attempts at written notation in this world. Western Europe would later refine its own staff lines, but here, centuries before, scribes were already trying to capture the ephemeral in ink. Your eyes adjust to the flicker of oil lamps, their glow bouncing off bronze symbols stacked in a corner. You step closer and almost trip over a forgotten drum, its skin stretched taut and dusty, yet when tapped, it gives off a soft boom that stirs the air in your chest. The sound lingers longer than expected, almost as if the walls themselves want to hum along. Music in the Abbasid world wasn't confined to scholars or nobles. In the market, street performers used flutes carved from bone or clay. In bathhouses, musicians played while steam rose, the echo making every note shimmer. At weddings, processions included drummers pounding out patterns that shook dust from the rooftops. You realise that in Baghdad, sound was everywhere, woven into daily life like thread through fabric. And yet, behind the joy of it, there was also suspicion. Some stricter scholars frowned on music, calling it a distraction from study or devotion. Debates raged. Could melody uplift the soul toward God or drag it down into indulgence? Historians still argue whether these tensions slowed the progress of musical theory, or paradoxically sharpened it by forcing defenders of music to articulate its value. You can almost hear those debates echo in this very room. Words overlapping notes, philosophy colliding with melody. The musician in front of you now changes tune once again, plucking a scale that feels oddly familiar. You blink, realising it resembles the major-minor shifts you've heard in modern songs. The continuity across centuries is startling. For a second you think, if he swapped his oud for an electric guitar, he might headline a band. Then you chuckle softly, remembering you're supposed to be relaxing, not inventing rock concerts in 9th century Baghdad. The boy with the tablet looks up and whispers something to the musician, who nods and gestures for you to try. Hesitantly you set your hands on the oud. It's heavier than expected, the wood warm beneath your fingers. You pluck a single string and the sound blooms, imperfect but alive. Everyone in the chamber smiles gently, as though they've seen yet another soul touched by the science of sound. You lean back, letting the last notes fade. The room grows quiet again, but not empty. Silence itself feels charged now, full of possibility. You realise the Abbasids didn't just create theories of music, they created spaces for people to experience harmony in both mind and body. For them, knowledge wasn't meant to sit on dusty shelves. It was meant to be heard, felt, lived. The musician nods to you as if to say, "That's enough for tonight." The oud rests once more on its stand. The symbols gleam faintly. The boy gathers his tablets, and you, filled with echoes of strings and whispers of theory, rise slowly, stepping back into the night. The city's sounds follow you. Footsteps, laughter, distant bells. And you carry with you the understanding that music, here, was never mere decoration. It was mathematics you could hum, medicine you could dance to, philosophy you could feel in your bones. The air grows sweeter as you step outside, not with the heavy perfumes of a crowded market, but with something subtler. A curl of rose, a flicker of citrus, a note of smoke that lingers on your tongue. You've wandered toward a small workshop where glass vessels gleam like captured moons, lined neatly on wooden shelves. The hiss of fire reaches your ears, along with the faint gurgle of liquid dripping through twisted tubes. This is no tavern, no apothecary. It is the laboratory of perfume and distillation, one of the most fragrant legacies of the Abbasid Golden Age. Here's the historical fact to ground the scene. Abbasid scholars and artisans perfected the art of distillation using alembics, curved glass stills, to separate essences from plants and flowers. They refined techniques inherited from earlier Greeks and Persians, turning the practice into both science and luxury. The result? Perfumes, medicines, and flavoured waters that travelled far beyond Baghdad's gates, influencing medieval Europe's own experiments in alchemy and pharmacy. The quirky tidbit: some recipes weren't just about smelling nice, they were about bragging rights. Imagine a wealthy merchant dousing himself with musk imported from Central Asia, so strong that guests could smell his fortune before he even entered a room. Others swore by stranger concoctions, a splash of violet water to cure headaches, or saffron oil not only to perfume the body, but to dye the beard a fashionable orange. You can almost see an Abbasid hipster, beard blazing bright, strutting through the bazaar. Historians still argue whether these distillation labs were primarily commercial, feeding the perfume trade, or scientific, serving as serious centres of chemistry. The truth likely lies somewhere between. The men in these rooms wrote careful notes, describing ratios of heat and timing of drips. Yet their results often ended up in ornate bottles, sold for staggering sums, or gifted to caliphs who demanded ever more exotic scents. You lean closer to a copper alembic, its surface darkened with soot, its shape oddly graceful. Steam rises from the spout, condensing into a cool trickle of liquid that gathers in a bowl below. The apprentice nearby lifts the bowl carefully, wafting the scent toward you. It is rosewater, sharp and clean, almost startling in its freshness. You sip cautiously when he offers, and the taste is unlike anything you've known, both sweet and medicinal, as if a flower itself had dissolved into water. In Abbasid kitchens, rosewater wasn't a luxury, it was a staple. Cooks used it to flavour rice, meat, even pastries. Physicians prescribed it to cool fevers, soothe sore throats, and brighten moods. You picture a medieval dinner table heavy with lamb stews, each dish perfumed with a hint of rose or orange blossom. Even the bread might carry a trace of sweetness. Suddenly you're hungry, though you remind yourself you're supposed to be drifting towards sleep, not raiding the kitchen. The shelves in this workshop hold more than flowers. There are jars of frankincense, sprigs of mint, bundles of lavender, chunks of ambergris. Yes, that strange waxy substance harvested from the bellies of whales, prized as a perfume fixative. The apprentice mutters about cinnamon and myrrh, saffron and clove, as though reciting a prayer. You realise the Abbasids treated fragrance with reverence, believing scents linked body and spirit, earth and heaven, and yet not everyone approved. Some stricter scholars warned that perfume encouraged vanity, distracting believers from humility. Others argued that sweet scents were holy, even necessary for worship. Historians still debate how widely perfumes were used across classes. Was rosewater really common at every meal, or reserved for the wealthy elite? You find yourself smiling at the debate, because tonight, standing here, the air feels rich enough to make anyone a king. The apprentice now shows you a different vessel, slimmer, with a coil of glass winding upward like a snake. Inside, a darker liquid simmers. He whispers that it's an experiment, mint distilled with vinegar, meant to settle the stomach. You imagine patients grimacing as they sip, unsure if they're being healed or punished. Medicine and perfume blurred easily here. What smelled good might also cure, and what cured might incidentally smell divine. Your senses sharpen in the warm air. You hear the crackle of firewood, the drip of condensation, the soft scribble of notes as the master perfumer records another variation. The parchment is already stained with oils, edges curling from heat. Yet each line matters, a record of ratios and observations that later scholars would pore over. The Abbasids didn't stumble blindly. They experimented, adjusted, and recorded. If science is repetition, this smoky, fragrant workshop was a laboratory as much as any observatory or hospital. You lean back, inhaling deeply. The room seems to shimmer with layers of time, past, present, future, all mingling in the steam. You think of modern perfumes bottled in glossy glass, the ones lined up in duty-free shops, and realise they trace their lineage to these humble alembics. Somewhere, an Abbasid artisan is smiling, though his name may be lost to us. The apprentice offers you one last scent, a vial of something golden, sharp, almost spicy. He dabs it on your wrist and the aroma blooms, clove, cinnamon, a hint of musk. For a moment the courtyard outside fades, the hum of the city silences, and all that remains is you and this ancient fragrance. It clings to your skin, whispering across centuries, reminding you that even in a world of books and numbers, people always sought beauty, always reached for what made life more vivid. As you leave the workshop, the cool night air meets the warmth of your skin, and the scent lingers, trailing behind like a ghost. The city is quieter now, but the fragrance stays with you, as if knowledge itself had a smell, sharp, sweet, and impossible to forget. The scent of rosewater still lingers on your wrist as you step away from the perfumer's workshop, but now the air around you changes, less fragrant, more austere. You find yourself in a quiet chamber lined with tablets and parchments. The lamps burn low, illuminating ink-stained fingers moving carefully across the page. This is no marketplace stall or perfumer's lab. It is the hushed heart of mathematics, a place where numbers were broken open and rebuilt into something new. Here's the historical fact to anchor you. The Abbasid Golden Age didn't just preserve Greek and Indian mathematics, it transformed them. The word algebra itself comes from al-Jaba, the title of a book written by Al-Khwarizmi in the 9th century. He wasn't content with tallying trade accounts or solving simple puzzles. Instead, he introduced systematic methods for solving equations, laying the foundation for algebra as we know it. Imagine sitting in this very room, he might have been sketching out X and Y long before modern textbooks existed. The quirky tidbit. Al-Khwarizmi's name eventually gave rise to the term algorithm. Yes, the same word you now blame when your social media feed shows you endless videos of cats or history channels you didn't ask for. The ghost of an Abbasid mathematician lives inside every search engine, quietly steering your modern life. If only he knew that his neat equations would one day decide which meme you see before bed. Historians still argue whether Al-Khwarizmi and his contemporaries truly invented algebra, in the sense we use it today, or whether they were simply refining methods already present in Greek and Indian works. Some claim his genius was in organisation, making a clear, logical structure that future generations could actually use. Others insist he was more innovative than we give him credit for. The debate is ongoing, and as you lean over a student's shoulder, you realise both sides might be right. Invention is rarely a single spark. It's a fire built from many torches. The student before you is scribbling triangles, circles and lines, his reed pen squeaking faintly against parchment. He mutters to himself as he calculates the height of a minaret using shadows cast on the ground. You watch him measure with a simple string, then translate the results into ratios. This isn't abstract play, it's practical geometry, used for architecture, irrigation, even city planning. Baghdad itself, with its perfect circular layout, feels like a proof written in brick and stone. The lamps flicker, and your eyes catch a shelf of books, their spines worn smooth. Among them are translations of Euclid and Ptolemy, their Greek ideas reframed in Arabic, annotated with fresh insights. A scholar nearby flips through one of these volumes, sighing at a stubborn calculation, then jotting a correction in the margin. These weren't passive copies. They were living texts, debated and adapted. You sense the quiet thrill of minds in conversation across centuries. Another table holds a strange-looking instrument, a pair of compasses, sharpened from bronze, gleaming in the lamplight. Next to it, a wax tablet etched with hexagons and stars. A boy uses the compasses to inscribe circles within circles, creating patterns that could double as mosque decorations. Mathematics here was not only about solving equations, but about finding beauty in symmetry. The line between calculation and art blurred so easily that you wonder if the tiled domes of Baghdad are themselves equations made visible. A teacher approaches, his robe ink-stained and his beard flecked with ash from long nights by the fire. He pauses by a group of students struggling with fractions. Patiently, he explains using practical examples. If you share one loaf among 3 people, the students laugh when he jokes about greedy neighbours taking more than their share. Even here, in the cradle of algebra, humour sneaks in to soften the numbers, and yet the stakes are high. Merchants relied on these calculations for trade, builders for arches and domes, astronomers for predicting star positions. You imagine a captain at sea depending on equations scribbled in this very room to find his way home. Mathematics was not an ivory tower pursuit. It was the backbone of empire. Still, not all experiments succeeded. On one table lies a set of tangled abacuses, beads missing, wires bent. Someone had tried to improve on the old tool but abandoned the effort halfway. You run your hand along the dusty frame, reminded of Section 8's courtyard of forgotten inventions. Even in mathematics, progress leaves behind half-finished dreams. The debate continues even now. Did these scholars truly see numbers as abstract universals, or did they always ground them in the physical world? Shadows, towers, markets. Historians still argue whether abstraction itself blossomed fully in this era, or whether it was the later Europeans who pushed numbers into the sky. Yet standing here, with parchment, ink, and murmuring students, you feel abstraction alive and well. The equations breathe like quiet music, each symbol a note in an unseen symphony. You linger as the night deepens. Outside the city hums, but in this room time seems suspended. Equations unfold across parchment like constellations across the sky. The scholars do not look tired. If anything, their eyes gleam brighter, as if chasing a truth too beautiful to abandon. And you, caught between curiosity and drowsiness, realize that even in numbers there is comfort. A rhythm steady enough to lull you into calm. The night carries you onward, and soon you find yourself stepping into a quieter chamber. This one heavy with velvet drapes and the scent of sandalwood. Oil lamps burn low, their flames trembling like small, uncertain dreams. You realize quickly that this isn't a library of books or a workshop of gears. It is a gathering place for something less tangible. Cushions line the floor, and in the centre sits an elder, eyes half closed, listening intently as a young man recounts the details of a dream. You've wandered into the realm of dream interpretation, a curious blend of science, faith, and imagination during the Abbasid Golden Age. The historical fact is straightforward. Abbasid scholars inherited and expanded traditions of dream analysis from earlier Greek, Persian, and Islamic sources. One of the most famous works was attributed to Ibn Sirin, though historians note the actual authorship is debated. His compilations of dream meanings became so influential that they were copied and reinterpreted for centuries, guiding believers who wanted to know if their visions foretold fortune, danger, or divine favour. Imagine someone waking in the night after seeing a falcon in their sleep, rushing to consult these texts to know whether they would soon be promoted or punished. The quirky tidbit: some Abbasid elites allegedly paid professional dream interpreters to spin their visions in flattering directions. Picture a courtier confessing he dreamed of drowning, only for the interpreter, after a generous bribe, to declare it meant he would soon be bathed in wealth. Dreams became a form of political theatre, a chance to whisper divine approval into a caliph's ear. You wonder how many decisions of empire were nudged by a strategically cheerful interpretation whispered in the right moment. Historians still argue whether these interpretations were taken literally as divine communication, or more metaphorically, as reflections of the psyche. Some modern scholars suggest dream interpretation was an early attempt at psychology, an exploration of fears and desires dressed in religious language. Others insist that, in that age, dreams were seen as direct messages from the unseen world, not puzzles to decode. The tension remains unresolved, and perhaps deliberately so. Dreams, after all, resist easy answers. The elder before you clears his throat and begins to recite from memory. He speaks of lions symbolizing rulers, of rivers representing journeys, of doors opening as signs of opportunity. His voice is calm, rhythmic, almost hypnotic. The boy listening nods eagerly, hanging on every word as though the elder's interpretations could reshape his entire tomorrow. You can feel the weight in the room, how fragile and powerful it is to believe that sleep might reveal destiny. You glance around and notice shelves with small worn volumes. Their margins are crowded with notes, alternative meanings scribbled in cramped handwriting. One scribe had written, "A black bird means sorrow," only for another hand to strike through and replace it with, "A black bird means wisdom." Even among scholars, dreams invited disagreement. Nothing was fixed. Everything floated in the uncertain space between fear and hope. The atmosphere is hushed, yet electric. You hear the crackle of the oil lamp, the faint shifting of cushions. Someone at the edge of the room clutches a small talisman, perhaps hoping it will influence the meaning of their next dream. You smile at the thought, humans, forever trying to bargain with the unconscious. And yet, this practice wasn't only mystical. Physicians sometimes studied dreams as symptoms, clues to illness or imbalance. A patient dreaming of fire might be thought to have a fever. One dreaming of dryness might be suffering from dehydration. Dreams became diagnostic tools, bridging the gap between body and soul. Here, in this room, superstition and medicine brush shoulders without shame. You lean closer to the elder, who is now explaining that dreams arrive in three forms: from God, from the self, or from darker forces. He warns the boy to ignore the last kind, to cling only to the visions that lift the spirit. You feel the comfort in his words. Whether accurate or not, his voice soothes like a lullaby, offering order in the chaos of sleep. The debate lingers in your mind. Historians still argue whether dream interpretation was more cultural entertainment than serious science. But as you sit here, listening to the hush of voices, you realise that the distinction hardly matters. To the people in this room, the act of telling dreams, of being heard, of receiving meaning, that was the medicine. The boy finally exhales, relieved, as the elder assures him that his dream of falling was not doom, but a sign of humility, a reminder to stay grounded. The others murmur approval. The tension dissolves, and laughter ripples gently through the chamber. The mood shifts from solemn to light, and suddenly this doesn't feel like superstition at all. It feels like community therapy, disguised in the language of symbols. As you rise to leave, the elder catches your eye and smiles knowingly, as if he can already see the dream you'll have tonight. The room blurs behind you, the scents of sandalwood and lamp smoke fading into the cooler night air. And you, walking onward, carry with you the uncanny sense that maybe your own dreams are listening, waiting to be told. The staircase is narrow and spirals upward in slow, dizzying coils, and with each step the city below fades into muffled silence. You can feel the stone beneath your sandals, worn smooth by centuries of scholars and apprentices who climbed this same path, often burdened with tablets, parchment rolls, or brass instruments heavy in their arms. By the time you reach the top, your legs ache faintly, but the reward is instant. The roof of the observatory opens up before you, flat and wide, its edges lined with low parapets, and above it all stretches the night sky, immense, velvety black, and pricked with 1,000 bright points. The air is cool and faintly dry, carrying the smell of distant fires from cooking hearths and the faint tang of oil lamps burning close by. You've stepped into an Abbasid observatory, one of the jewels of the Golden Age. These places were far more than lofty towers for idle stargazing. They were hubs of calculation, refinement, and meticulous measurement. The most famous among them was in Baghdad, though others were scattered through Damascus, Isfahan, and beyond. Within their walls, scholars plotted the heavens with an intensity that might feel obsessive to modern eyes. But for them, the sky was not simply decoration. It was the key to time, travel, agriculture, and perhaps destiny itself. A group of apprentices huddle near a table, their wax tablets catching the lamplight as they scribble down numbers muttered by an older scholar. He adjusts a gleaming brass astrolabe, its intricate etchings glowing like molten gold in the firelight. You lean closer and realise how deceptively compact it looks, this disc small enough to carry on a belt. Yet in it lies the ability to chart the movement of stars, calculate prayer times, and find one's bearings far out in the desert. Here is your historical anchor. Figures like al-Battani, who lived in the 9th century, refined planetary tables with astonishing precision. His corrections to Ptolemy's values for the length of the year and the inclination of the Earth's axis were so accurate that centuries later, Copernicus quietly leaned on them when proposing a heliocentric universe. The Abbasid night sky was not only beautiful, it was a canvas for measurements that would ripple across centuries, and yet, amid the rigour of mathematics, there was playfulness too, the quirky tidbit. Many Abbasid star catalogues described planets with personalities. Venus was painted as a shimmering patroness of music and love, her influence imagined as almost theatrical, sometimes generous, sometimes dangerously mischievous. Mars, on the other hand, was a hot-blooded warrior, its red tint enough to earn it a reputation for sparking conflict. You picture an Abbasid scholar, elegant in robes, muttering under his breath about how troublesome Mars was being this month, as though the heavens themselves were moody neighbours. Historians still argue whether these observatories were designed purely for science or whether they carried a thick layer of astrology beneath the polished surface. Caliphs certainly enjoyed the prestige of sponsoring research, but many also demanded predictions, omens of victory, warnings of rebellion, promises that Saturn would not ruin their reign. Did the scholars bend the heavens to science or to politics? The evidence sways both ways, and the debate remains alive in academic circles. The lamps flicker in the evening wind, throwing shadows that dance across carved stone instruments. Quadrants etched with tiny numbers, armillary spheres glinting with interlocking rings, sighting tubes pointing into infinity. You rest your hands on the parapet, the stone still warm from the day's sun, and gaze as one scholar carefully aligns a sighting device with the star Sirius. His apprentice counts softly, his fingers stained with ink, while another makes notes with brisk strokes. Their murmurs blend with the faint hum of the city far below. You notice how the observations flow seamlessly into practical matters. A farmer visiting the observatory asks when to sow his crops, and a sailor wants to know when the monsoon winds will shift. The elder scholar explains that the rising of certain stars signals the changing seasons, just as Orion's belt hints at the onset of winter. These celestial patterns became guides not only for scholars, but for everyday survival. To ignore the stars was to risk famine or a lost voyage. At one corner of the platform, a parchment lies unrolled and weighted with stones. Circles and epicycles fill the page. Ptolemy's geocentric model rendered in painstaking ink. Yet the elder who studies it frowns, scratching his beard, muttering about inconsistencies. Some whisper that scholars like Ibn al-Haytham and al-Sufi began to suspect deeper flaws in the model. Historians still debate whether these suspicions edge dangerously close to heliocentrism, but the caution of the age kept them from saying so too directly. What you see, in this moment, is knowledge pressing against the boundaries of tradition, like water testing the seams of a clay jar. The night deepens. The Milky Way spills across the heavens like a pale mist, delicate and endless. One apprentice gasps as a shooting star carves a brief white scar across the sky. The elder chuckles softly, remarking that some believe such streaks are the arrows of angels chasing demons. Another apprentice rolls his eyes, clearly preferring more mathematical explanations, but he notes the event dutifully anyway. You can't help smiling. The observatory is as much a classroom of imagination as of science. You wander closer to a younger boy scribbling clumsily on parchment. He shows you a sketch of Orion, each star labelled in Arabic, Betelgeuse as Yad al-Jawza, Rigel as Rijal al-Jawza. These names, you realise, still survive today in modern star charts, echoing across telescopes and astronomy apps on phones. It's a quiet continuity, a thread linking you to this very rooftop centuries ago. The night is not quiet, it thrums with debate. Was that faint star near Jupiter a comet, a nova, or simply an error in the quadrant? Voices rise sharp with disagreement, then soften into laughter. You realise that these scholars were not afraid of being wrong. To them, uncertainty wasn't a threat, it was an invitation. Every question left unanswered was a reason to climb the staircase again tomorrow. You lean back against the warm stone, the stars overhead flickering like distant fires. Somewhere below, Baghdad dozes, unaware of the quiet revolution happening above its rooftops. And you, perched among instruments and ink-stained apprentices, feel yourself wrapped in a blanket woven of numbers, myths, and infinite sky. The Abbasid observatory does not just watch the heavens, it makes you feel part of them. The scent reaches you before the sight does. an earthy sweetness rising through the narrow corridors of the palace kitchens, mingled with the sharper aroma of spices drifting like whispers through the air. You follow your nose until the passage widens into a cavernous hall, glowing with the heat of open hearths and the rhythmic clatter of bronze pots. It is late evening, yet the Abbasid kitchen is alive, its cooks busy with preparations that seem more like theatre than sustenance. Here, food is invention, an alchemy of taste and texture that turned the Abbasid Empire into one of the most influential culinary crossroads in history. You ease into the scene, watching cooks chop herbs with crescent-shaped knives while apprentices grind cardamom and cinnamon with pestles worn smooth from years of use. The rhythmic sound echoes against the vaulted ceiling. Clay jars line the walls, each labelled in neat Kufic script, filled with ingredients carried across half the known world. Saffron from Persia, pepper from India, ginger from China, and even the bitter seeds of tamarind brought by traders from further east. The Abbasid kitchen was no provincial pantry. It was a global stage where empire met appetite. Here's your historical fact. During the Abbasid Golden Age, cookbooks like Kitab al-Tabikh, the Book of Dishes, were compiled, filled with hundreds of recipes ranging from simple stews to elaborate banquets. These weren't mere lists of instructions, they read like encyclopedias of technique and taste. Many of the dishes recorded influenced Middle Eastern and even Mediterranean cuisines for centuries to come. The Abbasid caliphs elevated cooking into a refined art, as respected as poetry or music. Now for the quirky tidbit. One popular recipe from that era involved stuffing a roasted lamb with herbs, nuts, spices, and, believe it or not, smaller roasted birds tucked neatly inside. A dish within a dish, like some edible nesting doll. Guests were meant to gasp as the carving knife revealed surprise after surprise. You imagine the polite applause of courtiers trying to hide their confusion about how exactly to tackle such a layered beast. Historians still argue whether this level of culinary extravagance represented genuine innovation or was mostly performance to impress visiting dignitaries. Was Abbasid cuisine designed to nourish or to intimidate with wealth? Some scholars point to the lavish feasts as tools of politics, banquets as propaganda, with every cinnamon-laced bite whispering of empire's reach. You move deeper into the kitchen, where a massive copper cauldron simmers with lentil stew, the surface bubbling lazily. A cook stirs it with a wooden paddle taller than you, humming under his breath. Beside him, a smaller pot hisses with sugar syrup thick and sticky. The Abbasids were among the first in the Islamic world to refine cane sugar, turning it into candied fruits, syrups, and delicate pastries. Before Europe had widely discovered it, sugar was already a star in Baghdad's sweet repertoire. You lean closer, inhaling the fragrance of almonds dipped in syrup, their glossy sheen catching the lamplight. Nearby, trays of dates are being carefully stuffed with walnuts and dusted with ground cinnamon. An apprentice sneaks one into his mouth when the head cook isn't looking, and you catch his guilty grin. It's a reminder that while the empire's elite dined on elaborate creations, the humble date, rich, portable and sweet, remained the heart of daily life. The cooks chatter about recipes passed down like treasured secrets. One boasts of a sauce blending vinegar with crushed garlic and dried mint, while another argues the virtues of yogurt marinated with cucumbers and dill. You can hear pride in their voices, the joy of creating flavours that linger not only on the tongue but in memory. A corner of the kitchen is devoted to bread. Round loaves puff in clay ovens, their surfaces blistering and browning under the heat. You run your fingers over the warm crust of a freshly baked flatbread, its surface dusted with sesame seeds. Bread was more than food here, it was status. White, finely milled loaves were reserved for the wealthy, while darker, coarser breads went to commoners. Yet in the kitchen's bustle, every loaf seems equally sacred, the product of skilled hands and ancient ovens. As you linger, the cooks begin to plate the evening's feast. Platters of roasted fish arrive, their scales brushed with saffron-tinted butter, while bowls of rice are piled high, jewelled with raisins, almonds, and slivers of carrot. The colours alone dazzle, golden, ruby red, emerald green, as though the caliph demanded his table resemble a painter's palette. One servant balances a tray of fragrant dishes, his arms trembling slightly under the weight, and you follow him into the dining hall. There, the caliph's guests recline on cushions, the air thick with the scent of rosewater sprinkled onto the floor. Musicians pluck lutes softly in the corner as servants circulate with steaming bowls. A hush falls as the lamb stuffed with birds is presented, and a knife flashes in lamplight. Gasps ripple through the hall as the layered meat is revealed, the spectacle half the meal itself. You watch the diners reach for morsels, fingers glistening with juices, and you feel the heat of the room rise as conversation quickens. Stories, politics, and laughter mingle with the flavours of saffron and mint. You realise the Abbasids turned eating into performance art, a reminder that power could be tasted as well as seen. Yet as you step back toward the kitchen, you catch a quieter moment. A weary cook sitting by the oven, nibbling on a scrap of bread dipped into lentil stew. No saffron, no spectacle, just warmth and sustenance. In his simple gesture lies another truth. Beneath the grandeur, Abbasid food was also about comfort, tradition, and the shared human act of nourishment. You lean against the warm stone wall, letting the steam curl around you, your eyelids heavy with the mingled scents of cardamom and fresh bread. The Abbasid kitchen hums like a living organism, frenzied yet harmonious, practical yet theatrical. It is both a laboratory of invention and a hearth of memory, its flavours destined to outlast the empire itself. The hall is dimly lit, its silence broken only by the faint creak of a wooden door that swings open at your touch. You step into a space unlike the kitchens or observatories, a chamber lined with jars, glass vials, and carefully arranged scrolls. The air is sharp with the tang of vinegar, sulfur, and something else. Sweet, almost floral like rosewater. This is not a place of feasts or music. This is a laboratory where Abbasid alchemists chase secrets that lay hidden in stone, metal, and flame. Your eyes adjust slowly, picking out the strange contraptions arranged on tables. Brass alembics with curling spouts, flasks resting over low flames, and sand baths designed to maintain steady heat. A scholar in long robes leans over a bubbling vessel, his face flickering in the glow of the oil lamp. His hand trembles slightly as he adjusts a copper tube, and steam hisses into a waiting flask. The hiss feels alive, like the sigh of some sleeping beast. Here's your historical fact. Abbasid alchemists like Jabir ibn Hayyan, often called the father of chemistry, compiled treatises describing distillation, crystallization, and sublimation. He was among the first to describe how acids could be isolated, sulfuric, nitric, and hydrochloric, all crucial foundations for modern chemistry. While Europe was still tangled in mystical texts, the Abbasid world had already built laboratories where observation and experiment mattered. The quirky tidbit? Some recipes claimed you could create an elixir of immortality by distilling gold mixed with exotic herbs and minerals. One account even suggested that drinking a solution of finely ground emeralds would purify the body and prolong life. You imagine a wealthy courtier hesitating over a shimmering green concoction, trying to decide whether immortality was worth the inevitable indigestion. Historians still argue whether these alchemists believed fully in the mystical side of their work, or whether they were closer to empirical chemists who tolerated a little magical branding to secure patronage. Was Jabir writing serious laboratory notes, or were his claims of turning lead into gold mostly a smokescreen for practical discoveries? The texts are dense, coded, and sometimes deliberately cryptic, leaving scholars divided even today. You move closer to one of the workbenches. A glass retort glows faintly as liquid drips into a clay vessel below. The scholar glances up at you, his eyes tired but bright, and explains softly that he is distilling rosewater, a prized substance used not only for perfume but also for medicine and sweets. You inhale deeply, the fragrance wrapping around you like a gentle embrace, far removed from the acrid smell of acids. It strikes you that some of the world's simplest luxuries, perfumes, flavoured syrups, owe their refinement to this era's experiments. Another table displays powders arranged in careful rows. Charcoal, sulfur, and saltpeter sparkle faintly under the lamplight. Mixed in precise proportions, these powders would one day create the first versions of gunpowder, though their use in Abbasid times leaned more toward fireworks and pyrotechnics for festivals than warfare. You picture a Baghdad night suddenly illuminated by bursts of colour, the crowd gasping in delight at what they thought were fragments of stars falling to earth. An apprentice scribbles furiously beside you, recording measurements on a parchment. His notes include not only amounts and timings, but also observations of colour changes, smells and sounds. The mixture turns greenish at the edge of the flame, he mutters, nose wrinkling. His teacher nods approvingly, emphasising that knowledge came from watching closely, not from relying on old books. You realise that, in this smoky chamber, the scientific method is being born in fits and starts, wrapped in robes of mysticism but grounded in curiosity. The heat grows heavy, and you wipe sweat from your forehead. You notice another experiment, a small furnace glowing red, where metals are melted and poured into moulds. Brass instruments take shape here, not for vanity but for astronomy, medicine, and engineering. The line between science and craft blurs. The alchemist is part scientist, part artisan, part philosopher. The scholar pauses, leaning against the table. He muses aloud about the balance of elements in all things: earth, air, fire, and water. His words echo old Greek traditions, yet his tools are undeniably new. Historians still argue whether his musings were philosophical filler or genuine attempts to reconcile inherited cosmology with fresh observation. Either way, you sense the tension, ideas colliding, melting, reforming, much like the metals in his crucibles. A faint pop startles you as one flask overboils, spattering a nearby scroll with droplets. The apprentice curses softly, rushing to save the parchment. You suppress a laugh. It seems accidents were just as common in Abbasid labs as in modern ones. The elder only shakes his head, muttering that even failure teaches something, before setting the vessel aside to cool. The atmosphere shifts from tension to gentle amusement, as though mistakes are expected companions in the long dance with discovery. On a shelf nearby, you spot jars filled with strange glittering powders, ground lapis lazuli, bright vermilion, and a silvery dust that looks almost like stars caught in glass. These pigments, you realise, would find their way into manuscripts and paintings, spreading the fruits of alchemy into art itself. Science and beauty were not separate realms here. They shared the same crucibles. The night deepens, and the laboratory feels almost timeless. You listen to the bubbling of liquids, the scratch of quills, the low hum of a scholar reciting lines from memory. The smell of sulfur clings to your robes, but so does the sweetness of rosewater, a strange but fitting balance. You imagine these men and women believing they were brushing against the divine, unlocking mysteries God had hidden in matter itself. And whether or not they found immortality, they certainly found ways to shape the world in lasting ways. As you step back toward the door, the elder raises his head and offers a parting thought. All things leave behind a trace. The secret is learning how to read it. His words linger as you descend the stairs, your mind turning over the idea that every spark, every scent, every shard of broken glass is a clue. In the Abbasid laboratory, the universe is not silent. It speaks in steam, colour, and flame. The city feels quieter tonight, though perhaps it's only because you've stepped away from the crowded streets and into the hushed corridors of a library. Not just any library, but one that belongs to the Abbasid world, where books are not simply stored but revered like treasures. The air is cooler here, carrying the faint perfume of ink and the papery crispness of parchment and Abbasid-made sheets. Shelves rise tall along the walls carved from dark wood, and every surface seems crowded with manuscripts bound in leather, their spines gleaming with gilded titles in curling Arabic script. The hush is so complete that even your footsteps feel like an intrusion. A scribe glances up at you, his reed pen paused above a half-finished page. He dips the pen into a shallow inkwell and resumes, the nib scratching softly across the paper. The page glows faintly in lamplight, filled with elegant letters that look less like words than art. This is no idle copying. It is a craft requiring patience, precision, and a reverence for knowledge. Here's your historical fact. Abbasid libraries, most famously the Beit al-Hikmah or House of Wisdom, were among the first great institutions to gather knowledge systematically, employing translators, scribes, and scholars to collect and preserve works from across the known world. They housed Greek philosophy, Persian medical texts, Indian mathematics, and countless Arabic treatises. These libraries were not static vaults but buzzing centres of activity, where ideas were debated, refined, and recorded. The quirky tidbit. Some libraries required borrowers to leave a valuable item as collateral, often a piece of jewellery, sometimes even a child's toy, before a manuscript could be taken out. Imagine a stern librarian frowning as a nervous scholar offers up his grandmother's silver ring just to borrow a book on astronomy. It sounds absurd, but to the Abbasids, books were worth their weight in gold, literally. Historians still argue whether the House of Wisdom itself was more of a symbolic legend than a literal institution. Some suggest it was a network of scholars rather than a single building. Others believe it was indeed a grand library, eventually lost to fire and conquest. The truth is murky, and perhaps that mystery adds to its allure. You walk deeper into the library, where apprentices balance stacks of books taller than themselves. One boy nearly stumbles, and a stern elder hisses a warning before the precious load can tumble to the floor. The manuscripts are fragile, their ink faint with age, but the reverence they command is palpable. Each one represents years of work, translation, commentary, illustration, and each could shift the way someone understands the world. In one corner, a translator leans over a scroll, his lips moving silently as he shifts Greek into Arabic. His table is cluttered with drafts, corrections, and margin notes. He works by lamplight, eyes narrowing, pausing often to mutter over a difficult phrase. He's not just translating words, he's translating cultures, turning ideas born in Athens or Alexandria into living knowledge in Baghdad. The Abbasid Empire thrived not by hoarding but by adapting, weaving foreign wisdom into its own tapestry. You pause by a manuscript lying open on a lectern. The script details a medical treatise, diagrams of veins and organs sketched in careful ink. The accompanying notes describe treatments with herbs and surgical instruments. This, you realise, is the lifeblood of the library. Practical knowledge meant to save lives, not simply dazzle minds. You trace the lines lightly with your finger, marvelling that ideas so fragile, ink on paper, could carry such weight. Above you, the ceiling is painted with geometric patterns, intricate stars and interlocking lines. It feels deliberate, as if even the architecture insists that knowledge mirrors the cosmos, endless, ordered and mysterious. Candles flicker against the designs, casting moving shadows, and for a moment the whole room seems alive, as though the very walls are breathing with thought. The scribe you saw earlier sets aside his pen and stretches his cramped fingers. He catches your eye and gestures toward a small pile of finished manuscripts. You pick one up carefully, its leather cover smooth, its pages crisp. The text is a mathematical work, full of equations and diagrams. Beside it lies a copy of poetry, verses flowing in elegant curves. Side by side, the practical and the poetic rest as equals, reflecting the Abbasid belief that knowledge had many forms, all worthy of preservation. Another scholar nearby argues quietly with his companion. One insists that Aristotle's philosophy must be followed closely. The other insists that observation and reason should override inherited authority. Their voices rise, then soften, and you realise this library is not a mausoleum of old words, but a living arena for debate. Knowledge here is alive, and its guardians are not afraid to wrestle with it. The lamplight grows warmer as the night deepens. You notice how the library shifts in mood. What was bustling earlier now feels meditative. Some scholars rest their heads on piles of parchment, too tired to continue, while others stubbornly scratch away at margins, unwilling to surrender to sleep. You can hear the faint flutter of pages, the quietest sound of all, yet somehow the loudest in meaning. Historians still argue about the ultimate fate of many of these manuscripts. Were they truly lost when Mongol fires consumed Baghdad in the 13th century, as dramatic tales claim, the river running black with ink? Or were they quietly carried away, absorbed into libraries from Cairo to Cordoba? The romantic story of sudden destruction persists, but the truth is likely more complex, a scattering rather than a burning. You feel both sadness and relief in that ambiguity, as though the knowledge itself still hides, waiting to be rediscovered. As your eyelids grow heavier, you lean against one of the shelves, letting the scent of parchment and ink lull you. The Abbasid library is more than a building. It is a dream of humanity's hunger to know, a fragile yet stubborn dream that insists ink can outlast empires. You exhale softly, the flicker of the lamps blurring in your drowsy gaze, and you feel as though the very pages around you are whispering you into sleep. The night air outside feels cooler now, but your mind is still carrying the weight of parchment dust and lamplight. You drift away from the grand halls of the library and step into a quieter workshop tucked behind it, where the sound of hammers and chisels takes over. Here, in the heart of the Abbasid city, you find craftsmen working on tools that seem ordinary at first glance, but in their hands, even simplicity becomes revolutionary. At the centre of the room stands a device that looks like a wooden box with pipes attached. A man crouches beside it, carefully fitting copper tubes into place. It's a water clock, one of the Abbasid era's proud inventions. designed to measure the hours not by sunlight but by the steady trickle of liquid. The workshop hums with concentration as apprentices adjust weights and pulleys, ensuring every drop counts. The smell of hot metal and freshly planed wood mixes oddly with the faint scent of rosewater that one artisan has sprinkled on his hands to keep the dust from clinging. Here's your historical fact. Abbasid engineers perfected mechanical clocks, fountains, and even automata powered by water pressure, gravity, or gears. These were not toys, but marvels of precision, displayed in courts and mosques to demonstrate both technical mastery and divine order. Time, they believed, could be measured as neatly as the cycles of prayer. The quirky tidbit: some of these clocks were designed with birds that chirped, doors that opened, or figures that struck bells on the hour. Imagine trying to nap in a palace, while a mechanical falcon flaps its wings every 60 minutes, startling guests with its uncanny realism. The Abbasids loved to blend utility with spectacle, turning timekeeping into theatre. Historians still argue whether the famous water clocks described in certain Arabic manuscripts ever worked as flawlessly as claimed. Were they fully functional devices, or more like prototypes sketched in ambitious imagination? The descriptions are tantalizing but sometimes too perfect, leaving modern scholars to wonder if the inventors exaggerated their success, or if we simply underestimate their genius. As you watch the artisans, you notice a boy bringing in a clay jar filled with water. He pours it carefully into the clock's reservoir, and the device begins to hum softly as the liquid flows. The gears move with a surprising smoothness, the weight of centuries condensed into this moment of engineering. The artisans beam with pride, as though each turning cog is a small victory against chaos. In another corner of the workshop, an older craftsman polishes brass astrolabes, flat circular instruments etched with delicate patterns. He holds one up to the lamplight, and its golden face catches the glow. You realise this too is part of the Abbasid legacy. Precision instruments meant to track the heavens. Mariners, astronomers, and even poets would have used them to measure stars, navigate seas, and perhaps chart their own sense of destiny. The gleam of the astrolabe feels both practical and mystical, bridging earth and sky. You lean closer to see the inscriptions, tiny Arabic script circling the device. The craftsman notices your curiosity and smiles faintly, tracing the lines with his finger. His voice is low and rhythmic, explaining how the instrument can tell time at night by aligning with constellations. It's as if the sky itself becomes a clock face, patiently ticking through eternity. Nearby, two apprentices argue over whether the new gear design will hold. One insists the teeth must be sharpened more, the other swears that will make them too fragile. Their debate is animated, almost comical, as if gears are stubborn beasts refusing to be tamed. The master lets them argue, perhaps knowing that such quarrels sharpen more than just metal, they sharpen minds. Historians still debate the extent to which these mechanical inventions influenced later European designs. Did the gears and escapements of the Abbasid world quietly cross borders, seeding the clock towers of medieval Europe? Or did the West rediscover them independently? The answer is lost in the tangle of manuscripts, fragments, and whispered trade routes. What remains clear is that somewhere in the Abbasid night, time was already ticking in ways the rest of the world hadn't yet caught. You feel the room grow warmer from the forge in the corner, where a smith beats glowing metal into shape. Sparks leap like fireflies, briefly lighting the shadows. The rhythmic hammering is almost hypnotic, steady enough to lull you toward drowsiness, though the heat keeps you alert. You imagine how many nights like this passed in quiet dedication, inventions slowly brought to life not by kings, but by the steady persistence of craftsmen. One apprentice wipes his brow and takes a sip from a clay cup of date syrup, sweet and thick. He offers you some, and the taste is like liquid sugar clinging to your tongue. Even here, in the midst of technical labour, the sweetness of life asserts itself. You can't help but chuckle at the thought that these apprentices, shaping devices to measure hours, are also busy stealing moments for pleasure. The water clock ticks faintly, its steady rhythm joining the hammer's beat and the murmurs of argument. The workshop becomes a symphony of invention, each sound layered atop the other, carrying the heartbeat of a civilization that refuses to stand still. Knowledge is not silent here. It rings, drips, hums and clatters, filling the night with restless motion. Outside, the stars gleam. You think back to the astrolabe, to the idea that time itself could be read in the constellations, and it feels comforting. Even if devices falter, even if gears wear down, the heavens continue their eternal rhythm, a reminder that invention is humanity's attempt to echo the order of the cosmos. As sleep edges closer, you let yourself imagine resting inside this workshop, curled beside the water clock, lulled by its quiet drip. Invention hums softly around you, and you sense that the Abbasids, in their quest to measure and shape time, have somehow created a space where time itself feels gentle, patient, and almost forgiving. You wander away from the workshop and back into the winding streets, your senses still humming with the rhythm of gears and dripping water. The city feels alive even in the late hours, with the glow of oil lamps painting shifting halos on the walls. Somewhere in the distance, the faint melody of a reed flute floats across the night air. You follow the sound almost unconsciously, letting it guide you until you arrive at a wide courtyard where musicians and poets have gathered. Their instruments gleam faintly in the lamplight, ouds, tambourines and drums, and the air feels rich with a promise of both entertainment and invention. You take a seat at the edge of the gathering where cushions are scattered and trays of figs and honeyed almonds are passed around. The music begins in earnest, strings plucked with precision, voices rising in unison. But what catches your eye is not only the performance itself, but the instruments. Each one is crafted with such care, its shape hinting at centuries of refinement. Here's your historical fact. The Abbasid Golden Age wasn't only about mathematics and medicine, it also saw the flourishing of music theory. Scholars like Al-Farabi wrote treatises that analysed scales, rhythms and tonal structures, laying down foundations that influence both Islamic and European traditions. Music was not dismissed as mere leisure. It was studied as a science, part of the larger quest to understand harmony in the universe. The quirky tidbit. Some Abbasid musicians experimented with creating instruments that never quite caught on, like a 10-stringed oud so large it required 2 people to play it. Imagine the chaos of a duet where one player strums frantically, while the other just tries not to topple over with the oversized body of the thing. It didn't last, but the attempt reveals a culture willing to tinker with even the arts. Historians still argue whether music in the Abbasid courts was more a pursuit of the elite or truly accessible to the wider public. Were these elaborate performances confined to palaces, or did they spill into marketplaces and taverns? The evidence is fragmentary, leaving us with tantalizing images of both possibilities. Perhaps the truth lies somewhere in between. Grand concerts for caliphs, humble songs for merchants. As the performance unfolds, a poet steps forward, his robe shimmering faintly in the lamplight. He carries no instrument, only his voice and his words. He begins to recite verses that weave seamlessly with the music, a blend of rhythm and meaning. His voice rises and falls like waves, carrying images of love, loss, and fleeting joy. The audience listens in rapt silence, and you realise this is more than entertainment. This is invention too, a reinvention of language, sound, and storytelling. The poet's words drift into your ears like soft smoke. He speaks of the moon as a silver lantern guiding lovers, of stars as scattered pearls across the black sea of night. You almost forget that these words are centuries old. They feel immediate, fresh, capable of stirring something inside you. You think of modern songs that cling to memory, and you realise the Abbasids too had their hits and classics, their catchy refrains whispered for generations. Behind you, two scholars debate quietly, their voices slipping between admiration and scepticism. One argues that music is a mirror of the cosmos, mathematical in its ratios. The other insists that it is simply human, a language of emotion that needs no logic. Their conversation is not unlike those you've overheard about clocks and astronomy, reminding you that in the Abbasid world, even beauty invited debate. Another performer takes up a qanun, a flat trapezoidal instrument strung with dozens of wires. She plucks them with plectra tied to her fingers, producing a shimmering cascade of notes that feels almost hypnotic. The sound is crisp yet flowing, like water spilling from a fountain. You close your eyes and let it wash over you, each note pulling you deeper into a dreamlike calm. The food tray comes your way again, and you take a fig. Its sweetness lingers as the music swells, combining taste and sound in a sensory duet. You imagine how many evenings like this unfolded across the Abbasid Empire, gatherings where invention met pleasure, where science coexisted with art, where a tune might inspire a philosopher as much as a scholar's book. Historians still debate whether the Abbasid embrace of music slowed under religious scrutiny in later centuries. Some texts suggest stricter interpretations frowned upon public performance, while others insist music never truly disappeared but merely shifted form. The truth is probably layered, like a song with many verses, each reflecting a different mood of the age. The performance tonight crescendos, drums joining strings in a lively rhythm that sets feet tapping and hands clapping. For a moment the courtyard feels timeless, suspended between centuries. You find yourself smiling, carried not just by melody but by the warmth of community, the shared human impulse to make sound, to find pattern in noise, to let emotion take form in music. When the final note lingers in the air, silence falls like a curtain. Then, slowly, applause builds. Polite at first, then thunderous. The musicians bow, the poet lowers his head, and trays of food reappear as if to soothe the audience back from the heights of performance. You realise you've been holding your breath, and as you exhale you feel lighter, as though the night itself has been tuned to harmony. You lean back on your cushion, letting the sounds fade into the quiet hum of the city beyond the courtyard. The Abbasid world has shown you yet another face, not just the practical and scientific, but the lyrical and emotional. Invention, you understand now, is not only gears and ink. It is also the creation of beauty, the shaping of sound, the weaving of words. As the stars glimmer above, you drift towards sleep, the faint echoes of the qanun still trembling in your ears, and you think, just before your eyes close, that music, like invention, never really dies. It lingers, waiting to be heard again. The music still lingers in your ears as you leave the courtyard, but soon another sound rises above the memory of strings and drums, the murmur of water. You follow the sound through narrow alleys until you step into a public bathhouse, its arched doorway glowing faintly with lantern light. Inside, steam curls upward in soft plumes, wrapping you instantly in warmth. The scent of soap, herbs, and heated stone fills the air. Your sandals slap lightly against damp marble as you walk in, the smooth floor reflecting dim lamplight. Around you, men recline against heated walls, their voices low, their bodies shimmering in the mist. The space is domed, the ceiling pierced with tiny star-shaped windows that let in specks of moonlight. It feels like stepping into a miniature cosmos, steam drifting like nebulae across a dark sky. Here's your historical fact. The Abbasid era perfected hammams, public bathhouses, not just as places of hygiene but as centres of social and even intellectual life. They were vital in cities where water infrastructure was advanced, with aqueducts and underground channels feeding into heated basins. Hygiene was linked to faith and daily practice, making the bathhouse both spiritual and practical. The quirky tidbit: some hammams offered scented oils so extravagant that patrons left smelling like walking spice cabinets. Imagine bumping into someone on the street and being overwhelmed by the scent of cinnamon, rose, and frankincense all at once. It would be impossible to ignore. These oils weren't cheap either, sometimes costing more than the bath fee itself. Historians still argue whether bathhouses doubled as secret meeting spots for political scheming. Some sources suggest caliphs feared conspiracies being whispered in the steam, while others dismiss it as paranoia. Either way, the bathhouse was more than a place to scrub your skin. It was a place where ideas, alliances, and maybe rebellions simmered just as much as the water. You lower yourself onto a heated bench, the warmth seeping into your muscles until you feel as though you're dissolving into the stone. Across the room, a bath attendant pours hot water from a brass jug over a customer's back, the splash echoing softly. The man exhales in relief, the sound almost a sigh of gratitude. It's easy to see why hammams became essential, not only cleansing bodies but offering a rare pause in busy urban life. In another chamber, men soak in large pools, their conversations punctuated by laughter. One gestures animatedly with his hands, telling a story that has his companions chuckling. Another speaks in hushed tones, his audience leaning close. Even through the mist, you sense that this place thrives as a hub of connection, where people from different walks of life, merchants, scholars, labourers, come together. You wander toward a smaller room where steam is thicker, the air almost too hot to breathe. Here, herbs are being burned, their smoke mingling with the mist. The scent is sharp, medicinal, mint, eucalyptus, and perhaps something earthier. An attendant rubs a mixture of ground herbs and oils into a client's skin, working it into the muscles with practiced pressure. You wince slightly, imagining how sore you'd be afterward. But the man receiving it looks half asleep, blissed into submission. A group of children dart past, their giggles breaking the otherwise tranquil mood. They splash water, earning scolds from the attendants, though no one seems truly angry. Their presence reminds you that hammams weren't only for adults. Families often visited together, making the bathhouse a generational experience. Historians still puzzle over how some bathhouses managed to remain heated so efficiently. Were underground furnaces and hypocaust systems borrowed from earlier Roman models, or were they reinvented independently by Abbasid engineers? The overlap is undeniable, but the details are fuzzy. Another example of Inventions' tangled roots. You pause by a mosaic near the pool, its tiles shimmering faintly under the water's reflection. The design is geometric, intricate, a whirl of stars and shapes that seem to move if you stare long enough. It feels deliberate, as if to remind bathers that even here, surrounded by steam and sweat, The cosmos is never far away. Nearby, a man dries himself with a linen towel, humming under his breath. The tune drifts upward, mixing with the trickle of water. You think of the music from the courtyard earlier, and it strikes you that invention in this age was holistic, spanning from instruments and poetry to baths and aqueducts. The pursuit of beauty and utility was inseparable. Someone offers you a small glass of sherbet, sweetened with honey and flavoured with rosewater. The coolness shocks your tongue after the heat, and you drink greedily. The taste lingers even as your skin grows warmer under the steam, and for a moment the world outside, markets, debates, inventions, feels impossibly far away. Historians still argue about whether hammams promoted public health in measurable ways, or if their role was primarily cultural. Did they truly reduce disease, or did the mixing of so many bodies actually spread it? The debate continues, but what is certain is that people valued them enough to build them in every major city, ensuring that the ritual of bathing was never far from reach. As the night wears on, the hammam quiets. Patrons leave one by one, wrapping themselves in cloths and stepping back into the cool streets. The steam thins, the water ripples softly, and the echo of dripping fades. You linger a little longer, savouring the warmth, the scent, the sense of timelessness. When you finally step outside, the cool night air hits you like a second bath. This one bracing, refreshing. Your skin tingles, your lungs fill, and you realise you feel lighter, as though the bathhouse has scrubbed not just your body but your mind. The Abbasids knew something modern people often forget. That invention is not only about tools and machines, but about spaces that allow us to rest, connect, and emerge renewed. You walk on, hair damp, the stars overhead sharp and clear through the thinning clouds of steam that seem to follow you into the night. The night deepens as you leave the hammam, your skin still warm and your breath steady, but your curiosity pulls you onward. The city is quiet in stretches, yet every so often a glow spills from an open doorway, a reminder that Abbasid nights were not entirely given to rest. Tonight, you step into a courtyard where a group of physicians and apprentices gather around an assortment of jars, scales, and mortars. The scent here is different, sharper, more medicinal, spiced with mint, cumin, and something bitter you can't quite place. At the centre of the gathering sits a physician in a flowing robe, his hands deft as he grinds herbs into powder. His face is lined with concentration, yet his movements are unhurried, almost ritualistic. Beside him lies a thick manuscript, its pages covered in neat Arabic script, interspersed with sketches of plants and diagrams of the human body. This is no ordinary meeting. It's an improvised pharmacy, a place where knowledge of medicine is tested and shared under the stars. Here's your historical fact. Abbasid medicine drew heavily from Greek, Persian and Indian traditions, yet developed its own sophisticated system. Physicians of this era compiled encyclopedias on diagnosis and treatment, designed hospitals, bimaristans, that were free to the public, and standardized the preparation of drugs. Many of these practices would echo into later centuries, shaping the foundations of modern medicine. The quirky tidbit. Some physicians recommended powdered pearls mixed with honey as a treatment for indigestion. Imagine coughing up the courage to swallow ground-up jewellery because your stomach felt off. It sounds absurd now, but in the Abbasid world, luxury and health sometimes blurred into one glittering concoction. Historians still argue whether these pearl-based remedies were truly believed to work, or if they were status symbols disguised as prescriptions for the wealthy. The debate reflects a larger question. Were Abbasid physicians more empirical than mystical? Or did they straddle both worlds? You lean closer as the physician measures out tiny spoonfuls of saffron, cinnamon and cardamom, mixing them into a paste with honey. The golden blend glistens under the lamplight, its aroma both sweet and pungent. He explains softly to his apprentices that this mixture eases sore throats and calms the stomach. One apprentice nods eagerly, jotting notes into a wax tablet, while another wrinkles his nose as if doubting the flavour. Behind them, a brazier glows faintly, heating small jars of oils. A younger student stirs one carefully, the liquid shimmering. The recipe, he explains, is meant to soothe burns. He dips a reed into the mixture, tests the consistency on his wrist, and nods with satisfaction. You can almost imagine the relief such a balm would bring to someone injured in the heat of a forge or kitchen. A patient arrives quietly, a merchant with a bandaged arm. The physician unwraps the cloth, inspects the wound, and mutters to himself. He sprinkles ground herbs into a bowl, adds vinegar, and applies the mixture gently. The merchant winces, but the physician reassures him in a calm, rhythmic tone. You watch the apprentices lean forward, studying every step. Medicine here is not simply a science, but a performance, a transmission of trust as much as treatment. Historians still debate the origins of some of these remedies. Did Abbasid physicians truly experiment with controlled trials, as some texts suggest? Or were they merely compiling folk wisdom into scholarly language? The evidence is tantalizing but incomplete, leaving modern scholars to argue over how close these practices were to what we would now call scientific method. You wander to a shelf where jars are carefully labelled in elegant script. Some contain dried rose petals, others hold powders of chalk, sulfur or ground roots. The collection feels more like an alchemist's cabinet than a pharmacy, yet it represents a careful ordering of nature into human hands. You lift one jar, inhale, and nearly cough. The bitterness of aloe bites your nostrils, sharp enough to jolt you awake. In another corner, two apprentices argue softly. One insists that a certain plant is best boiled into tea. The other swears it should be burned and inhaled as smoke. Their master overhears but lets them bicker, perhaps knowing that argument itself sharpens their learning. Knowledge, after all, is not born in silence but in friction. Nearby a small fountain gurgles, feeding a basin where instruments are washed. The tools gleam faintly, bronze scalpels, tweezers and probes. The sight startles you at first, a reminder that medicine here went beyond herbs into surgery. You imagine the steady hand required, the bravery of both physician and patient in a world without anaesthesia as we know it. Still, the very existence of such tools proves that Abbasid healing was not afraid of precision. The physician pauses to sip from a small cup of pomegranate juice, his throat dry from lecturing. He gestures for his students to gather closer, then begins to dictate passages from the manuscript. His voice is steady, deliberate, almost hypnotic. You catch phrases about humours, balances, and the need for harmony between body and environment. Though the language feels ancient, the essence is familiar. The search for equilibrium, the hope to mend what falters. Historians still argue whether Abbasid hospitals truly resembled modern institutions, or were closer to charitable lodges with physicians attached. Some sources describe wards divided by illness, trained nurses, even regular rounds, astonishingly modern features. Others suggest these accounts are idealized, the reality far humbler. As with so much else, the truth likely lies between. The night deepens, the stars above bright but distant, while the courtyard glows with lamplight. The apprentices yawn yet continue scribbling, unwilling to miss a word. The merchant thanks the physician, bowing low, and departs with his arm freshly wrapped. The jars are sealed, the scales set aside, but the sense of continuity remains, knowledge passing hand to hand, generation to generation. You realise that in this quiet courtyard, invention is not loud or showy. It is patient, incremental, almost invisible. It lies in the grinding of herbs, the careful weighing of powders, the whisper of instruction. Invention here heals, comforts, sustains, and in that realization you feel a kind of peace, as though the very air is infused with balm. You lean back, the steam of heated oils mingling with the night breeze, and let your eyelids droop. Somewhere nearby, a nightingale sings, its voice threading gently through the physician's steady murmurs. The courtyard fades into softness, and you drift with it, carrying the scent of saffron and honey into your dreams. You wake from your half-dream in the physician's courtyard, with the faint taste of honey still clinging to your tongue. The night air feels cooler now, carrying with it the faint rustle of parchment and the dry scent of ink. You follow those smells down another winding alley until you step into a low building that glows with lamplight through latticed windows. Inside, the space is filled with the quiet hum of calculation, an early workshop of scholars testing numbers, symbols, and ideas. Long wooden tables stretch across the room, scattered with wax tablets, abacuses, and parchment covered in equations. Men sit hunched over their work, muttering to themselves, tapping beads back and forth. The atmosphere is not unlike the rhythm of a forge or the cadence of a poem, measured, deliberate, relentless. Numbers are being bent and shaped here, as surely as iron under a hammer. Here's your historical fact. Abbasid scholars such as Al-Khwarizmi developed algebra, giving the world both the term and the discipline. His treatise, Al-Kitab al-Mukhtasar fi Hisab al-Jabr wal-Muqabala, the compendious book on calculation by completion and balancing, not only laid out systematic methods for solving equations, but also influenced European mathematics for centuries. Even the word algorithm traces back to his Latinized name, the quirky tidbit. Some students struggled so much with early algebra lessons that complaints survive in marginal notes of manuscripts, scribbled laments like, "This part is nonsense," or "Only God understands this." Imagine the medieval equivalent of a math student doodling angry faces in the margins of a textbook. It's a reminder that frustration with math has always been timeless. Historians still argue whether Al-Khwarizmi himself intended algebra to be a practical tool for inheritance laws and trade, or whether it was more of a theoretical framework later expanded by others. The surviving texts hint at both uses, but his exact motivation remains hazy. You watch as one scholar pushes beads along his abacus, the wooden clicks forming a rhythm almost like music. Another copies equations neatly onto parchment, his reed pen scratching steadily. Their faces are lit by lamplight, their brows furrowed with focus. Though centuries away, you recognize their posture instantly. It's the same look of every student who has ever wrestled with math problems deep into the night. On the far side of the room, a teacher guides his apprentices through a word problem involving inheritance. He describes a family of brothers and sisters, a set of debts, and a pool of assets to be divided. The apprentices groan, scratching their heads, muttering under their breath. Yet slowly, as numbers balance, you see light dawn in their eyes. Algebra here is not abstract. It's tethered to life, to disputes and decisions that needed clear resolution. Another table holds astronomical charts, showing how algebra intertwines with the heavens. One scholar traces lines between planets and stars, using equations to predict their movements. He murmurs to himself, perhaps rehearsing for a public lecture. His parchment is crowded with geometric figures, each line crisp and confident. You imagine him stepping outside later, gazing upward, matching his numbers to the glimmer of constellations. Historians still debate the extent to which Abbasid innovations directly reached Europe through translations in Spain and Sicily. Did Al-Khwarizmi's works spark the European Renaissance of mathematics, or were they only one of many influences? The truth, as always, is complex, but his fingerprints are undeniable in the very structure of modern equations. You pause by a shelf lined with manuscripts. One is open, its margins full of strange symbols and diagrams. A doodle of a bird perches in the corner, perhaps an apprentice's moment of distraction. Even here, amid serious study, the human need to sketch, to play, to break from rigour is alive. You smile, reminded of how invention thrives not just in discipline but in creativity's small escapes. At another desk, two scholars argue over whether a quadratic solution must always be positive. One insists yes, because negative numbers are absurd. How can something less than nothing exist? The other waves his hands furiously, insisting that ignoring negative roots limits the imagination. Their dispute grows heated, the kind that could last hours. You realise you're witnessing debates that foreshadow questions still alive in mathematics classrooms today. The lamplight grows softer as the hours slip past. Some students slump forward, asleep on their tablets. Others stubbornly press on, eyes red, lips moving silently as they test equations. The room feels heavy with persistence, the stubborn determination to wrestle meaning from symbols. You think of your own struggles with math, of staring at numbers until they blurred. That familiar frustration feels suddenly connected to this ancient room, as though across time you're all sharing the same weary exhale. One apprentice finally throws down his pen, muttering something like, "Only Allah knows the answer." The teacher chuckles, pats his shoulder, and gently guides him back to the problem. The patience here is remarkable. Knowledge is treated not as a burden, but as a garden to be cultivated slowly, season after season. Historians still argue whether the Abbasid emphasis on mathematics was driven more by religious needs, like determining prayer times and inheritance, or by sheer intellectual curiosity. Perhaps it was both. What seems certain is that their work stretched beyond necessity, touching the abstract beauty of patterns and symmetry. As the session winds down, manuscripts are rolled up, abacuses stacked neatly, lamps extinguished one by one. The room empties, leaving only the faint chalky smell of dust and ink. You linger a moment, letting the silence sink in. The equations on parchment seem to glow faintly in your imagination, as though numbers themselves hum with a hidden music. When you finally step outside, the cool night air wraps around you. Overhead, the stars scatter like symbols across a dark canvas. You think of the scholars inside, their ink-stained fingers moving across parchment, and realise that their legacy lives quietly in every modern calculation, every hidden algorithm running beneath the world. And for a moment the sky feels less like chaos and more like an equation. Mysterious, yes, but balanced, steady, waiting to be solved. You keep walking through the alleys of Abbasid Baghdad, lanterns swaying overhead, until the sharp metallic clink of tools draws you into a narrow workshop. Inside, the air is heavy with the smell of bronze shavings, hot wax and burning oil. Craftsmen are bent over delicate contraptions, small devices with gears, rods and polished brass faces. This isn't a smithy forging swords or armour. No, this is where time itself is being captured, measured and displayed. The Abbasid fascination with mechanical clocks was as much about prestige as practicality. Kings and caliphs competed to own devices that could chime the hours or pour water with elegant regularity. Some designs dripped with excess, figurines striking bells, miniature doors opening to reveal mechanical falcons, even automata bowing at each passing hour. You find yourself leaning closer to one such contraption, the steady drip of water echoing into a basin, a float rising slowly, nudging gears that eventually send a bell ringing. The sound is soft, almost like a heartbeat marking the passage of time. Here's your historical fact. One of the most famous timepieces of the Abbasid world was Harun al-Rashid's water clock, sent as a gift to Charlemagne in 807 CE. According to accounts, the Frankish court marvelled at the device when metal balls dropped to count hours and knights appeared from doors on cue. To European eyes, this was sorcery. To Abbasid engineers, it was the application of precision, water pressure, and gears. The quirky tidbit. Some water clocks had mechanical birds that chirped at intervals, imitating the calls of sparrows or cuckoos. Imagine standing in a palace garden, hearing metallic chirps mixing with the sounds of real birds, unable to tell at first which was alive and which was invention. Guests sometimes leapt in surprise, unsure whether they were being tricked by sorcery or machinery. Historians still argue whether these elaborate timepieces were practical tools for daily life, or mainly luxurious showpieces designed to impress foreign dignitaries. Some suggest they were used in mosques to time prayers precisely, while others see them as prestige projects, closer to mechanical peacocks than reliable clocks. The truth may rest somewhere in between. You notice an apprentice crouched by a half-finished clock. He dips his brush into melted wax, sealing a joint, then blows gently to cool it. His master scolds him for being too slow, tapping the boy's shoulder with a reed stick. Yet the boy's eyes are bright. He is fascinated, caught in the spell of motion, trying to understand how dripping water and shifting gears can keep order over something as slippery as time. In one corner stands a massive hourglass, sand trickling down in a thin, silent stream. Compared to the elaborate water clocks, it looks crude, but it still holds a quiet dignity. You run your fingers across the smooth glass, feeling the warmth of the lamp against it. Time here feels different, measured, visible, something you can almost touch. Historians still debate how widespread these inventions were beyond palaces. Did ordinary citizens ever hear the chiming of Abbasid clocks, or were they too expensive, too delicate, confined to courts and mosques? Some fragments hint at more practical versions, simpler devices, stripped of ornament, that may have trickled into public life. Yet the absence of clear records leaves the answer uncertain. One scholar leans over a parchment diagram pinned to the wall. You recognise arcs, circles and symbols marking out ratios. His reed pen taps against the edge as he mutters under his breath, checking calculations. Beside him lies a pile of discarded gears, some with teeth worn down. Trial and error, patience and frustration. These are as much part of invention as brilliance. You can almost hear the weary sighs echoing across centuries, like the sound of a programmer cursing buggy code today. The air grows thick with the rhythmic drip of water into vessels. This sound hypnotizes you, like a meditation. You imagine the life of a timekeeper, standing beside one of these devices, eyes sharp, waiting for the precise moment when the ball drops or the bell rings. It must have been both satisfying and nerve-wracking. One slip in calculation, one misaligned gear, and the illusion of control over time collapses. The most impressive of these clocks were not confined indoors. Some Abbasid palaces boasted outdoor water clocks set into walls or fountains, visible to visitors as public displays of wealth and order. Imagine walking through a courtyard at dawn, the air cool, and hearing a deep bell chime across the stone. For a city where prayer times mattered and schedules were sacred, such devices held both religious and political weight. Historians still argue whether any fragments of these original clocks survive. Some claim that later Islamic clockmakers borrowed directly from Abbasid blueprints, while others see only indirect echoes. Archaeology has yet to confirm much. Most clocks were too delicate, too perishable. What we know comes largely from written accounts, tantalizing descriptions of contraptions now vanished into dust. You find yourself drawn to a particular device in the corner. It resembles a miniature castle with tiny doors painted in bright enamel. As the apprentice pours water into a reservoir, gears begin to turn. A small knight on horseback emerges from one door, crosses a bridge, and disappears into another. Moments later, a bell chimes softly. The effect is charming, almost playful, like watching a toy theatre powered not by strings but by water. The master of the workshop notices your interest and gives a knowing smile. "A clock must not only tell time," he murmurs, "it must make people feel time." His words hang in the air like incense. You realise this is not just about mechanics, it is about philosophy, about giving rhythm to life, order to chaos. As you leave the workshop, the night seems quieter. The sound of dripping water still echoes faintly in your ears, blending with the distant calls of watchmen. You glance at the stars overhead, trying to guess the hour. For all their brilliance, you realise these clocks could never quite escape the eternal measure of the heavens. Time belongs to no machine, but for a moment Abbasid inventors managed to make it dance to their rhythm. You step back out into the streets, leaving behind the workshop of gears and dripping water. The air is cooler now, tinged with the smell of damp stone. Somewhere in the distance you hear the faint laughter of children, but closer by comes another sound, the steady splash of water trickling through channels. You follow it, turning past lantern-lit courtyards until you emerge into a garden, a deliberate, cultivated oasis in the middle of the city. Tall palms sway gently above, their shadows trembling against tiled walls. A stone canal winds through the space, bringing cool water from hidden underground channels. Rows of citrus trees, pomegranates, and date palms line the edges, their fruit glowing faintly in the lamplight. You kneel and touch the water, marvelling at how fresh it feels despite the desert heat. Here, in this garden, the Abbasids reveal one of their quieter but most enduring triumphs, the mastery of agriculture and irrigation. Here's your historical fact. The Abbasid Caliphate expanded upon Persian and Roman techniques to create sophisticated irrigation systems, including canals, underground channels that carried water across miles of desert. These systems allowed crops like rice, sugar cane and cotton to be cultivated far from natural rivers. Agricultural manuals from this era even recorded crop rotations and soil management, ensuring productivity over generations. The quirky tidbit: some gardens were arranged not only for practical farming but as living poems. Caliphs demanded orchards designed to reflect verses of the Quran or classical Arabic poetry, with flower beds arranged in symbolic shapes. Imagine walking into a courtyard where roses and violets literally spelled out lines of literature. Nature became both sustenance and script. Historians still argue whether the so-called Green Revolution of the Abbasid age truly transformed agriculture, or whether it was more gradual, stretching across centuries. Some claim the introduction of new crops from India and East Africa was revolutionary. Others insist it was steady adaptation rather than sudden change. Either way, the impact was enormous, feeding cities that pulsed with scholars, merchants, and dreamers. As you wander deeper into the garden, you pass farmers tending to small plots lit by torches. One bends low, checking the moisture of the soil with his fingertips. Another adjusts a sluice gate, redirecting water to a different row of plants. Their movements are unhurried but precise, like musicians playing a piece they've rehearsed 1,000 times. You realize agriculture here is not brute labor. It's choreography, a practiced dance between earth, water, and human hand. You pause beside a patch of sugarcane, stalks tall and swaying. Their sweetness was a novelty here once, imported and cultivated until it became a staple of cuisine and trade. The farmers chew on bits of cane as they work, grinning at each other. You imagine the first time someone tasted sugar from these fields. Shockingly sweet, almost unbelievable. What had once been rare medicine in Europe was, under the Abbasids, becoming everyday delight. The irrigation channels sparkle in the moonlight. You crouch down and notice that the canals are carefully lined with tiles to prevent seepage. Their edges curve to direct water efficiently. The farmers explain, without words through gestures, how each family in the village gets a share of water, timed to the hour, carefully rotated. Time, you realize, is measured here not by clocks but by the flow of water. Historians still debate how widespread literacy among farmers was. Did they rely solely on oral tradition, or did agricultural manuals circulate among them? Some texts suggest farmers memorized vast bodies of knowledge through apprenticeship, while others hint that literate landowners passed down written guides. The tension between oral skill and written science lingers unresolved. The night deepens, and you notice torches reflecting off pools of water at the garden centre. This is no mere farm, it's also a display of wealth. The Abbasid elite built gardens not only to feed themselves but to project order, harmony, and divine blessing. One caliph, legend says, even had an artificial lake filled with quicksilver, so that moonlight shimmered across it like liquid light. Guests gasped, unable to tell where reality ended and illusion began, but beneath the spectacle, the practical genius remains. Crop rotations ensured soil did not exhaust itself. Clover and legumes restored fertility. Even waste was reused. Farmers composted refuse, while animal dung enriched fields. These were systems centuries ahead of their time, quietly sustaining millions. You lean against a date palm and listen to the breeze. A farmer nearby is telling a story to his son, pointing at the stars above. He explains that planting should follow certain constellations, that the heavens whisper when to sow and when to reap. Whether superstition or early astronomy, it reveals how deeply connected human survival was to both soil and sky. Historians still argue whether Abbasid agriculture was sustainable in the long term, or whether over-irrigation eventually contributed to soil salinization. Some evidence suggests that regions once fertile became barren, while others flourished for centuries. The balance between innovation and exploitation remains uncertain, a puzzle left half-solved in the dirt. You walk along the edge of the garden, brushing your hand against the rough bark of pomegranate trees. Their blossoms glow pale under the moonlight, like lanterns suspended in the air. The air is fragrant with herbs, mint, basil, coriander, plants that travelled along trade routes and rooted themselves here. You close your eyes and inhale, overwhelmed by how a desert empire coaxed so much life from the driest of lands. When you finally step away, the murmur of water follows you. The Abbasids, you realise, did not simply survive their harsh landscapes. They reimagined them, bending earth and water to their will while weaving poetry into soil. And as you wander back toward the city lights, you carry with you the taste of dates, the scent of mint, and the sound of irrigation, steady as a lullaby. The night grows quieter now, as if the city itself has drawn a long breath and finally let it go. You step away from the gardens, away from the manuscripts and the ticking water clocks, and let the streets of Baghdad fade into shadow. The air is softer, cooler, and the last flickers of lamplight blur into something like stars. You notice how still everything feels when you stop walking. No voices, no hammering tools, only the faint hum of the wind moving between walls. Think of all the inventions you've wandered past tonight. Machines that dripped time into brass bowls, scholars wrestling with numbers until their eyes blurred, doctors mixing perfumes into medicine, farmers guiding water as though it were silk ribbon. Each fragment belonged to people who lived, laughed, and worked in the Abbasid world, but the echoes remain, quietly stitched into our present. It is strange to realise how much of what we take for granted, our books, our maps, our numbers, were once fragile ideas, flickering in dimly lit rooms, held together by ink and patience. And yet, just as those scholars eventually set their pens down, you too can let your thoughts slow. The inventions will wait, the equations can pause. For now, your task is nothing more than breathing deeply, letting your eyelids grow heavier with each passing second. Imagine yourself stretched out beneath a vast night sky, the constellations glowing like ink dots across parchment. The air is warm but gentle, the kind that wraps around you like a blanket. With each breath, the stars blur, the world grows softer, and even the restless hum of curiosity dissolves into silence. So rest now. The past will still be here when you wake,